You already know what it is. Live, uncut, unedited. Tell the truth
And what?
and shame the devil. I love being black.
Black. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, people, come on in. We got a guest. We got a guest. We got a guest in the house tonight. And, we talking about the Superman, the Thornton Township supervisor. I'll call it Superman. I know some of y'all don't like calling it, but I call it that anyway. Superman. Yeah. All right. Come on in. Come on in, people. Make sure you text somebody. Let them know we on. Come on in. We got to wait a few more people. Come on in. We both under the weather today, people, because I'm definitely still under the weather. Sherry, she's under the weather, but Sherry says some stuff that she got to get off her shoulder. And hey, me too, both of us, because folks
Yeah.
accusing me of being Tiffany supporter. Because I won't let y'all come on here and talk about her lace wig or nails and all that or who she's sleeping with. That's not important to me. That's not important to
Right.
me. Trust me.
It's not
That's
important to any of us.
right, right, right. What's going on in her bedroom. That ain't just come on in. Wait a few more people to come in and share. Let me acknowledge a couple of my guests that's on here. All right. Speak on it, Martin. That's right. What's up? I see you. Come on in, people. This is Sunday. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it, people. Make sure y'all say a prayer for both of us. Don't pray on us, but pray for us, because we both are under the weather. I'm definitely am. Tell you. But I had enough strength to come up here. I love being. I see you, brother Eddie. Yeah, I see you. I see you tomorrow. I see you. I see you. Come on in. Come on in. We got a great subject today, and it's a lot of things that's going to be brought out in the open. Some things is misunderstood, and you know, yeah, that's right, Eddie. That's right. So y'all just come on in. Come on in. This is what Martin. You on early today? Yeah, yeah. I muscled up that strength. I said, let me get up straight. I missed y'all last night. I wish I could have came last night, but it was rough for me, people. It was rough for me. And when I got on here today, before I go live, I started sneezing. I ain't been sneezing all day. The moment I get ready to go on live, now I want to start sneezing. I said, look at here. Look at here. Look at here. Look at here. Come on in, people. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Angela Williams. I need each and every last one of you to like and share this video. We're going to be taking phone calls too as well. So we're definitely going to take phone calls. If you want to ask any questions, we both will be answering questions. The best of my ability, I'm answering. All right. Nathan, what's going on, Nate? What's going on? Michael Tyler, what's going on? Nisha Thomas Taylor, I see you. King Pisces. Yeah, y'all come on in here. Let's get it rolled. Come on. Come on, people. Come on in. Come on in. Because we're not going to rewind now. Once we get started, we getting started. You got to go back and listen from the beginning. Come on in. Let me text a few people. Sheriff, did you text some of your people? Tell me you're on live.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Okay, I'm going to do that right now. Because oh, you didn't call me, Martin. Okay.
I'm on live. I gotta.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm going to do that right now. Come on in, people. Come on in. Text your friends. Do that. Text your friends. Mm-hmm. Text your friends, people. Well, let me call my first lady. Hey, first lady, I'm live. Mm-hmm. Come on in, people. Come on in. I need y'all to tag people. Brother David McDonald, what's going on, man of God? I see you. I see you. I see you. Donna B. What's going on, Donna B? All right, we got it. Judge Petty, what's up? All right. All right. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all put this in Dalton Politics so they can see. All right. Make sure y'all share the video inside Dalton Politics. We ain't running from nobody. We ain't hiding from nobody. We telling the truth. Telling the truth and shame the devil. Let the truth be told. Mm-hmm. Let it be told. I'm going down my list. Going down my list. And we're taking questions, and the phone line is open. All right. I've been accused of this and that. Thelma Grant, what's going on? I've been accused of everything. Been accused, been accused.
You do know Thelma is one of our High Park people.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. HPC. Okay.
That's right.
That's right. Okay. All right. Ooh. Boy, it's the worst thing in the world when people misunderstand you.
Hmm.
But some folks you just can't convince. They just paint a label on you. Yeah. Sherry, I don't mean to change the subject. I remember I heard months ago before these allegations came out about Andrew Holmes. I never put it out there. I never put it out there. I just,
Let's keep it a buck. Let's
right.
keep. I told you about it, didn't I?
Yeah, yeah, you told me, but I never
I
said
told.
anything. You told
I
me.
know you didn't. I
Yeah,
know. I,
yeah,
I
yeah. I didn't.
know.
I didn't even. I
Yeah,
told
because
people.
we were, wanting to protect the victim, and
Right.
it was a lot going on.
A lot
So
going on. hmm I'm texting my people too. So, all right. Who else I got left? All right. I think that's it. I think I got most of my people.
mhm.
Okay. All right. How many people we got on here? We get started. We got 41 people on here, but we'll get started, Sherry. Let's get. All right. Sharice Wright, how you see you? Lisa, I see you. Thelma, all right. Lola Smith, hey, Miss Lola, how you doing? All right. Bob, BKG. All right. Sharice, she said, I'm here. All right. Gwen Moore. Hello, Martin. I love your show. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's get started, Sherry. We got 48 people on YouTube, 22 on Facebook. That's enough to get started. They just have to go back.
Amen.
Jules Smith. They
Yeah,
just have to go back. We're not gonna be waiting on these folks. We both under the weather. We gotta do what we gotta do.
I
All right.
know, right?
All right. So where shall we start? We're talking about the Superman. I know you don't call it Superman, but I call it Superman. So
I just call it Tiffany.
I know.
Hey, I don't. That's one thing about me. I do not debate, fight, because people have their reasons for why they do things,
Uh-huh.
and why they, I can't be mad at anybody. Just like
Right.
I'm not even mad at most people who haven't joined the fight yet, or
hmm
have, continued to support the craziness. Um, because I always say that if I was upset with everybody who didn't join me when I started, and you know how long I've been doing it,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have anybody to talk to.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Hmm.
I remember when you first started. You said, "Man, I ain't got a good feeling about this." You just said it words, but I've seen it in your spirit. He's like, because remember when Karen Hicks was giving out them awards at that award ceremony.
Yeah.
You you remember that? Yeah.
Hmm.
Mhm. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah. So the question is, I'm gonna pose a question.
Hmm.
Did Tiffany make some mistakes? Okay,
Yes,
when I
she
say
did.
mistakes, damnable mistakes, stuff that can cause
Yes,
prison, stuff could cause your reputation. Yeah.
I
Okay, let's
think
talk.
so.
Let's talk about some of them. Let's talk
Okay,
about some of them.
like
Let's talk
the
about let's
misman. The,
yeah. Okay, we go with the
okay,
mismanagement. Go ahead.
so when you say mismanagement of funds, some people say, well, mismanaging funds isn't necessarily illegal, but it is, because she's mismanaging government funds, not her own. Well, maybe her personal funds, which I don't care about that. Um, the government funds, and not doing things, not being transparent. Um, you know, like not having the village and the township not answer FOIAs, things of that nature. All that stuff is criminal. You can't do that. You can't make deals, electioneering, using government funds and resources to campaign for yourself. All that stuff is illegal. I mean,
Mm,
it's illegal. I mean, and that's what I say to her supporters. So what do we do? Do we just continue to allow her to do whatever she wants to do with taxpayer money and resources and just say, well, she was voted in, that's okay. No, it's not okay. And we do need to hold her accountable, and to keep saying, oh, that she's being attacked as a young black first female mayor, you know, should she, anybody who's doing the wrong thing, and I don't call it attack. I call it, I don't call it attacking. I call it trying to hold somebody accountable. And while we're doing that, we're actually getting attacked, by, passively aggressively by some. And I'm watching, and I know I just don't have time to deal with it. But when this is over, I'm gonna deal with it and those
Mm-hmm.
people. Trust and believe. Because
Mm-hmm.
just like I spent my time and efforts and resources into this, I will not do it. I'm going to. If you came crazy at me, no matter who you are, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
We have not done anything wrong but ask questions and
It,
made information available to people. We can't help it that it went viral, it went nationwide, it went national and international. That's because people cannot believe in 2024 that this is still happening.
Let me ask you a question, Sherry. Is that
Mhm.
criminal not to release a FOIL?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you have to release. And the thing about it is and why she doesn't care about not releasing FOIAs is because the village or the township will be held responsible for it, not her.
Hmm.
Because and that's why she'll say, just sue me, because she's not, nobody is holding her responsible.
Hmm.
They're holding the taxpayers ultimately pay when a FOIA isn't answered. Because if Kwame Raoul decided to do something about it, it would be on us. We would be paying those fines, not her personally. And so that's something that we need to work on, maybe getting a bill together to have some of these politicians that make these bad decisions and tell people to do the wrong thing in their capacity as an employee. They need to start paying for that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The employees, because if you know it's wrong, you know it's wrong. That's just like any cop that is doing the wrong thing and taking an illegal order from her, or doing something illegal and they know it's illegal, they have to be held accountable. So if a cop comes up to you, and Martin, you were out with us when we were being locked out of meetings and things of that
Yeah.
nature.
Mm-hmm.
You have seen and heard police officers say, I don't want to do this. This is crazy. It's not right. But that's not acceptable either.
That's not acceptable. That is so true. That is so true. So I did talk about that on my show. I said most people that like if Tiffany tell them to do something and not do it, they're afraid of losing their job and they figure, well, I'm just gonna do it anyway. She my boss, she paying me. So I know it's wrong, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So
So I mean, would you watch somebody get raped and not call the police and say, "Well, that's my friend, that's my boss. I know he raping somebody or she's raping somebody, and but I'm just gonna let it happen because it's my boss." What happened to morals?
mm-hmm.
And then some of these people who work in the village and in the township, you've had 3 years to go try and find something else to do. Why are
Mm-hmm.
you still well, I know some of them have never made this type of money in their lives and will never again. So that could be why they're, sticking with it. Or, people are getting, property, being promised houses and things of that nature. So, they'll sell their soul for anything.
So other words,
And
they, they're not gonna bite the hand that feed them, huh?
I guess not.
Mm.
But what they don't understand is she'll turn on them as soon as they don't do something that she thinks they should do or wants them to do. It's a wrap. And that's it. I mean, if she say go slap your mama, you better do it if you work for her, because if you don't, she will fire you, she will demean you, curse you out. I mean, all the B's and MFs that they say people are get called in that camp,
Mm-hmm.
unbelievable. I
Who
mean,
was that lady?
Mhm.
Who was that lady? I think she was a PR lady. She's a very professional lady, and her and Tiffany got into it. I think Tiffany fired her. She quit or something. She was a PR lady, real articulate. Let me see. It was early on, maybe 2 years ago. She did a segment on the news. I forgot her name,
That's
and she
Nikita.
okay,
Nikita,
Nikita.
her and I are friends. She is
Okay,
like a sister to me. In
okay,
fact, it's so funny. My mom has adopted her.
okay.
She's got, and I love her mother too. I mean,
Hmm.
we are friends, and it's actually been almost 3 years. It'll be 3 years in April.
We don't hear anything about her anymore. Yeah, she was.
Huh?
She's. We don't hear anything about her no more because I remember she
Sure
was
you do.
okay.
Yeah, they're harassing her just like they're harassing me. Her and I simultaneously, what was it? Was it a few days ago? We got text messages. Mine were more insulting. Hers were actual super threats this time.
Ooh.
Um, we, and the sad part about it is they think that they can't be traced. It's already done. We'll
Mm,
be there again. All that stuff will be handled. But this is the type of things that we deal with from her supporters. And then the people who get on these shows and these lives and want to say, well, she's not doing this and she's not doing that. What is wrong with you? She is. Just because we are trying to get some transparency and trying to stop the bleeding,
hmm.
it's
Yeah.
crazy. But
Dan
all
Lee.
that again, if you keep doing it, and if you keep threatening people and you keep doing the wrong thing, for me personally, I'm putting everybody on paper because I'm not an elected official.
Hmm.
I live in Dalton and I have a right to ask questions. I'm putting you on paper, period. So you can be passive aggressive, you can do whatever you want to do. You're going to have to fight these legal battles because we're sick of it. We already getting beat up in our community financially and emotionally with her wanting to do everything her way and not compromise. She's disrespectful, she's ignorant, she's all that. And I never say that. I
No.
try to be a little
Yeah.
um but it's too much now. It's way too much. And I
Mm,
don't know if it's me being a little not feeling well today or what, but no, we're just not doing that. We're
hmm.
not doing that.
Let's talk about. I want to talk about. Let's talk about this cancer charity, non for
Mhm.
profit organization. Let's talk about that. What do you know about that? Let's talk about that.
I know I know that it was never registered with the state. I know that everybody that's on her board are all people on her payroll. I know that they went to Springfield. They took a 10-day trip to Springfield. They cost us almost $200,000. She took employees from the township
Hold it. Hold
and
it.
the
Hold it.
village of Dalton.
Hold it. Hold it.
Mhm.
Two. Now, I didn't know that. 200,000.
Almost, yeah. I mean, 10 days, you got it. Hotel stays. They they took village and township vehicles. They took a trailer and they had the DJ, um, Michael Earhart.
Uh
He
huh.
rode and DJ'd the whole time down there.
Mm,
And he also is the same person who, when she said hit it, DJ, and said to this is for all the residents and played "B Better Have My Money." Yeah.
mm,
Mhm.
mm. Hey, y'all. Everybody know Mike, my boy, but the truth is the truth. That's my buddy, y'all. But
I
this is
don't
truth.
understand why he doesn't understand that that's crazy, but
Mm.
okay.
Yeah. Well, he was. I guess he's doing a job being paid. Hopefully, he got paid.
Hmm.
I don't know about that, but hopefully, he got paid. But 200, almost 200,000.
Hmm.
Now, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Now,
Yes.
tell me something else about this charitable organization. Now, I
Hmm.
heard that she took $10,000 out of the Thornton Township Fund and put into her organization. Is that true? What did that 10,000 come
Yes.
from?
So what happened is she voted. She put up a vote to give herself her charity $10,000. Yep, she
Oh
did.
wow, wow. See, Sherry, that's why I like you because see, I know for a fact you was there from the beginning. So I know you
Hmm.
know things that YouTubers don't know. I know. That's why, hey, I have no problem with you coming on here and speaking facts and all that. Uh
Right.
wow.
And I
So
can be corrected. Don't get me wrong. I
right.
can be corrected.
Mm.
It's not like I can't be corrected on things, and some things have changed. And over the almost 4 years that we have been doing this, uh, some things have changed. They've gotten worse,
Hmm.
uh, but it's not about bashing her. That's why I kind of feel bad because I was about to go in
Right.
because we're sick of it. But again, let's be 1000% clear. Wrong is wrong.
Yes.
And these people who are supporting her, they should be trying to straighten up her crown, because if you really cared about her and weren't just using her, you would say, "Hey, sis, you got to compromise. You got to calm down. You got to be less disrespectful. You have to be
Hmm.
more humble. You have to. Have you ever heard her say she's sorry for anything? At what meeting have you ever seen her show up not less than 20 minutes late?
Mm.
Like, nobody's time is important. At this point, you have a meeting, and you have at least one a month in Dalton. You really should be two, but you have one. Well, how come you can't be there at 6:30?
Hmm. Now, somebody said Michael Earhart's wife was on a fake charity, but her name was put on there without her permission. I do know that. Husband told me that, so he did tell me that without her
I
permission. That's
heard
what.
I heard different, but okay.
Okay, but
Everybody is trying to say that.
right.
Everybody now is saying that they were put on there without um them knowing it and without their. So how, if that is the case, how come they have not went after them legally?
Mm. Okay. We okay. You're right. We taking
Other
calls,
people
people.
it was a lot of people in that room when that decision was made to put that board together. So while they're sitting there saying that they were put on there without their own knowledge or whatever, be careful. And number two, go tomorrow morning and take legal action if that's the case.
Mm.
They're
Mm.
not doing that, Martin. They're not gonna
Mm.
do that.
Mm. Okay, people, we're going to take some calls. 872-299-0808 or 872-297-6389. We're opening up for questions. So we open it up for questions. Yeah. We're opening everything up for questions. Okay. All right. Call in, people. I have another question, what I'm concerned about too as well.
Mhm.
Now, how was she able? So I'm probably bouncing back in from the Thornship and the mayor to Dalton to get things approved without going before the trustee board. I don't understand how she was able to pull that off.
So she just did it. She didn't
Oh
get
wow,
things approved. In Dalton, she didn't get things
that's illegal.
approved.
Is that illegal?
Yes.
Okay,
Because that's checks and so if here's the thing, think of it this way. This is the best analogy to use. If she's just gonna go and just do everything, why do we have a board? The
mm,
board is there for a reason. It's for checks and balances. They control the purse. But what she has done is she said, I don't care what they want to do. I don't care what they say. I'm going to do what I want to do. So the problem with that is she does everything and then she'll go, okay, well, I just spent $200,000. Oh, well, just pay it. And that's not how government works. I mean, that's checks and balances. She just does whatever she wants to do.
okay. Now, um, I have another question. I mean, it's a lot we don't know. We overlook. What's the
Mhm.
deal when it came to the officers making all this overtime and all that? What's the deal to that? What's the deal on that?
That's when she had her detail. She no longer has that detail.
Uh-huh.
She had as much detail as she needed. It was costing us upwards and over $1 million a year, like 1.6 million the first year, from my understanding.
Mm.
Um,
Now, by right,
but
she's let me say by right, she can have a
yes,
detail, but not 24 hours, right?
no, during the shift, just a normal shift. So
Okay.
you can have a person come in and do her do a shift, but it shouldn't cause overtime. It can't cause overtime.
Okay. See, these things
Mhm.
I don't know. We hear about it, but we got a caller. We got a caller. We got a caller.
Yeah.
Hey, caller, area code 662. What's your call? What's your question or comment?
That's me. Well, hey to the crime chaser, to my
Eh,
dear friend Sherry.
eh,
This is James
Mm.
Mack. I want to say something. You know, b- covering this like you have, and you're there. I have ties there. It baffles me to see people with the receipts in front of them. Not just the receipts. All you have to do is just play the meetings back. How can you cry wolf and holler when you accuse people of shutting your people out of meetings, when people have been shut out of meetings? Senior citizens have to go blocks to walk with walkers to come in. Well, what kind of disrespect do you show to the people that are elected to you? And now we're supposed to have sympathy? To me, this is me, James Mack speaking, and I stand on this. It's time to clean house. It's time to clean house. I just say it. It's time to clean house.
mm, mm, okay. We got another caller. Hold on, my brother. Let me take this other caller. 8223. Hey, caller, what's your question or comment?
Oh, I wanted to call in and verify and being some. Everything Sherry Hatcher Britton is telling you,
Okay.
that lady is a wealth of information, and she has been on the ground from day one. And as her and a handful of us others have also been on the ground since day one. And some of the things that we have experienced with this administration in both places would curl your hair. If I had more hair, it would be curly too.
Mm, 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 mm. Now, can you tell me? Maybe Sherry
I
could
know
tell me.
that voice.
Let me just say this. Now, for those of you that live in Dalton and in the township, what is it like living there with her leadership? What is it like to you guys? I mean, tell me what I don't know because I don't live there. I don't have a dog fight in it. But what is it like,
And I
Sherry?
can go on and let somebody else that's a resident come on. If
Okay.
that's okay with you. I'm enjoying the show, man.
Okay.
Hey, you're doing a great job,
Thank you.
Sherry. I love you. Hey, I know that
Hey.
voice. That's Mr. Lee, Dan Lee.
All right.
All right, all right.
I can start. I'll say
Okay.
this: there is no leadership.
Okay.
There is no leadership. The only thing we get in Dalton is parties at on Greenwood Road, because I'm not calling it Greenwood Falls, and then her jumping in front of the camera, doing that literally. That's all you hear. That's
Mm,
all she does. I've never seen her do anything but that. Literally
mm,
yell and do nothing but be disrespectful. She hasn't gotten anything done. Our audits haven't been done. We don't have a budget. All the money is spent and we don't have any transparency. Uh the employees, the ones that aren't licking her boots, they are miserable because they do not feel comfortable in these jobs. Um, there's a hostile work environment. Everything it's just all crazy.
mm.
So again,
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question too, Sherry. Now I've heard of stories now. I didn't witness it that how she talked to employees and stuff like that and
hmm
cussed them out and all
hmm
that. Now
yes,
we don't see this in the public, but I've heard of stories of this happening
hmm
to some of her employees.
yes, yeah, and again, to protect their privacy and safety in some instances. I get people who I talk to all the time, and she would be very shocked at some of them because there are some people that she actually believes supports her. They just don't.
Mm,
Um, like I, was telling someone before, I would never expose or say anything about an employee's personal issues with her because again, they immediately will be attacked or fired. And these some of the people are doing the things to keep the village afloat and moving.
hmm
You know what I mean? You have people they're just sick of it. They're
So
sick of it. And I'm speaking on the good employees, not the bootlickers.
right. Let
So
me ask you a question too. So what do you think is going to happen when the new administration come in with all these people that you have? Are they going to clean the slate, fire all these people, and
You know
what do you
what?
think?
Here's what I think. I think they should look at each individual case.
Hmm.
Just to say go in and just fire everybody is crazy, because there were some people who were there before she even started, and there are some people that are just there to do their jobs, and they do them. So I don't think it's fair to say just get rid of everybody. But what I do think is they do need to go in and evaluate and make some big major changes. However, what a lot of people have to also understand is that administration is not going to come in and in 2 days, 2 months, even 2 years fix everything, because we have to rebuild from the ashes.
Hmm.
And a friend of mine who is in politics and work for the federal government in the like the FBI bureau as well. They've worked in those entities. Like they said, we just have to rebuild from the ashes, because when they get in there, they're going to see a lot of things that we just didn't see. I mean, Lori Lightfoot is doing her investigation, and people have to understand, even with that, Lori Lightfoot was hired for her federal prosecution skills. She was
Hmm.
not hired to be our mayor, and she's doing what she's supposed to do. People are in the I gotta know everything phase with social media. She can't tell us everything because it's an investigation. It's a federal investigation.
Hmm.
So there are some things within her investigation that she knows. I don't know if she is going to let the trustees, the board, and the clerk know everything, but they can't just come to say, okay, this is what Lori said, A, B, C, and D. She can put the things out that she can put out.
Okay, let me ask you a question with that. Now, I
Mhm.
heard a good buddy of mine, Stringer. He comes on here and he said, "Well, why pay Lori for something the FBI is doing already, investigating?" That's what he said.
Because the residents, and he's passive aggressive, your friend Stringer,
Uh-huh.
because he came in my inbox and tried to play like I was crazy and was asking me stupid questions, and I didn't give him stupid answers, but ultimately he started showing that he was just Team Tiffany, so I had
Mm.
just had to leave him where he was. But again, it's different. It's an investigation to give people some knowledge of what's going on while the investigation is going on. Because for some strange reason, everybody's thinking, everybody's thinking that they they're just supposed to know everything. We can't know everything. The board of trustees doesn't tell me everything. I have a great relationship with them, but they don't tell me everything.
Mm, okay.
So
Oh, we got.
again, you know, we're in the age and the day of I need to know, I want to know, and we don't have any kind of understanding. Well, some of us don't have any kind of understanding of how things work. I didn't understand how everything worked until I started doing the work.
Mm. Oh, we got another caller.
Has joined.
Hey, caller, 7200. Come on, caller. What's your question?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, caller? Go ahead.
My,
Go ahead.
Okay.
7200.
Okay.
Not you. I'll let you. I'll
I'm
come
not
back to
sure
you.
which number
82.
I'm on.
Okay, just you stay here. 82 23. I'm gonna come back to you, but let me get this new caller real quick. 7200. 7200.
hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Kim. I just wanted to say that through all of this, and I'm an onlooker, I live in Chicago. Um, I, however, I feel like I want to ask Sherry, what has Tiffany done in the Dalton? Anything done with infrastructure or anything like that? Has she done anything to build up the community? Now, me from the outside looking in, I say no. And as a Thornton Township supervisor, she's just a supervisor of the public aid, the funds that have come from the state. So if they dismantle having a supervisor for the township, would it make a difference? Like, I'm trying to understand, and things are run differently in Chicago than out there, but not a lot. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
just a question, and I need an answer, and I'm sure Sherry can help us out.
Okay, so you are absolutely correct. She has done nothing. Like when you said, from what you can see, she has done nothing. She has not done nothing with the infrastructure. Um, Case in point, at the end of my block, there was a water main break in the middle of the corner house, and it's still gravel there. It's been there for over a year. When you spend all the money on parties and whatever else you're doing, that's what happens. The actual work doesn't get done. The services, the residents don't get the services. And as far as the township, what I will say is, when Tiffany believes that she is over all 17 municipalities in the township, which is not true. She is not even over all of the services, the public, what a lot of people want to call public aid services. She is over the services that the township offers, because it's not like you can go to Markham Courthouse, excuse me, to take care of your tax bills and tax issues, home tax issues. There are programs, there are CETA, and all these different places. They're not just at the township. There are other brick and mortar places within the township, right outside the township, where people can go as well. So when she says that
Right.
she's over, some people are now saying that she's over all of the those type of public aid services. That's not necessarily true. When she says that she's burying your loved ones, that is a process. There's an application process. You get $3,000. I'm not knocking $3,000, because $3,000 is good, but if you listen to her, you would think that 30 or 40 people a month are getting their families buried, or family members buried, and that's just not true. What do I think that the township should be here? That's debatable. I mean, because I'm sure that they've helped a lot of people over the years, but she is making a case that um, the townships can go away. Because what has she done over the last almost 3 years? Nothing. But says that,
Nothing.
the programs that they have in place, she's saying that this stuff didn't happen before she got there, and it's just not true.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's so
yeah,
sad.
you're right. She's done nothing, and it's debatable. I have never used the township resources. Full transparency, Dalton has never, our mayors, since I've been here, and I've been here actually within a couple of days, it'll be 26 years that I've been in Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
The mayors that have been in office since I've been here didn't have a relationship with the township. So we didn't, not that people in Dalton didn't use the township, but again, it wasn't a big thing for us. I've never used it. I've never used their resources.
Okay, hold it right there, Sherry. We got another call. 7200, just hold on. I'm gonna come back to you, 8223. 434. Come on, what's your comment or question?
Well, I have three questions for the man, your guest.
Sir,
My first one is-
sir. Please take me off speakerphone, because you sound far away. Bluetooth or whatever it is, to turn your audio down, because you sound like you're far away.
No problem.
You don't have me on
No
both.
problem.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Much better now. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Much better.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, here's my question. I have three questions for the man, your guest. The first question is about the Lori Lightfoot investigation. How did they manage to get the records necessary to find out that the township's credit card paid for all these things from Wayfair, Amazon, the Dalton it is, and all these other expenses that were not government related?
Can you repeat what he
Hello?
said to me, Martin? I can't hear. It's not
You can't
loud enough.
hear? Okay, hold on. Okay, let me. Okay, he asked. Other words, he was asking, how was Lori Lightfoot able to get that information through Wayfair and all that? But go ahead, say it again, my lawyer friend. It's a lawyer right here. Go ahead, repeat yourself again, lawyer.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, friend, but thank you.
I know.
How did Lori Lightfoot manage to get a hold of the copies of the spending that Tiffany Henyard did with the credit card of Dalton?
Okay, you got
So
it.
from
Go ahead.
so from my understanding, she used FOIA. She spoke with the finance directors. She spoke with people. And I believe because she was a federal prosecutor and she knows how to work her magic, that's what she did. She was able to get information that, I've sent FOIAs, and of course they never responded. I sent detailed FOIAs, and one of my detailed FOIAs about her youth summit, for example. um, I did a detailed FOIA, and the Lansing Journal printed it for me. So you can go back to the Lansing Journal, and she did an article, and we talked about some of the things that we could do to kind of curb what's going on in our government that is not correct or corrupt. Um, and they just never answered. But I'm just Sherry Britton. I'm not Lori Lightfoot. She was a federal prosecutor. And again, we didn't hire her to run Dalton or be the mayor. So when people say she was a horrible mayor, I don't see that, and they just say it. They never come with any documentation, and I'm a documentation girl. Um, she's done a great job with doing the investigation. So us residents in Dalton, we could care less what people feel like what we should have done and not done. And oh, well, they wasted $30,000. Well, Tiffany has wasted millions of dollars. So if we wasted $30,000 to get some answers, we got some answers.
All right.
My second
Yeah,
question is: do you believe that I'm not Tiffany Henyard primarily was using this government for her own personal use, not necessarily for the people's use?
I do. Yes.
Like with having her boyfriend getting $100,000 of a youth program. Like, where's this money coming from, and where are these expenses? Where are
So
these
his
expenses? Are these actually expenses that the city is responsible for?
his original salary was $100,000, from my understanding, and I can be corrected. It is now $130,000. Originally, it was from a grant from the youth grant, and that's the youth summit that she had. So it would have come out of that same funding. But once that was spent, now from my understanding, he's being paid out of the, I don't know if it's the general assistance or general fund or whatever, but he's being paid, just like a regular employee. And I was told that it was $130,000. I can be corrected because that's something I did not look up myself. I was just told that. I mean, it was a
Mhm.
reliable source, but that's what I was told.
Mhm.
My final question is: how was she managing to get away with this spending? Because I know a government sets a budget for what is line item for different departments, different agencies, etc. How does she manage to get hold of this money and spend it as if she was like this is her personal piggy bank?
Well, that she was able to get away with it because I personally feel like she's being protected, A, and B, I mean, I believe that a lot of the powers that be just couldn't believe that she was doing the things that she's doing. So nobody wants to yank her chain. I mean, the law, she'll go and she'll do something. She'll say, like when she put up all those
Been trying to
signs
call me, so
down
you can
Sidley
call her if you want
Boulevard and
to.
on Greenwood, not signs, but whatever they were. She put them up. She purchased them and didn't pay for them. The
Mhm.
people wanted them back, and she stopped them from taking them down. Um, she's just, I'm the mayor, so I'm going to do whatever. And people believe that. So we have to be re-educated on what mayors can and cannot do. I mean, and that's down to whether it's
Now,
a city or municipality. So the reason she's getting away with it is because nobody is yanking her chain, and
you
and the
said she was
investigation is going
protected.
on. Huh?
Well, I think the investigation is, in my personal view, I think the investigation is kind of a slow bomb, similar to that of what did to convicted felon president-elect, which Mr. Martin voted for, but we're not going to get into that.
I showed up voted for him.
A convicted felon, sir, convicted felon.
Okay.
But I would say this:
I'm one too. I'm just saying on paper.
you said she's being protected. Is there a reason to believe that the white supremacists in Springfield know about this and they're just kind of letting her hang herself?
That could be the case. I don't know. But as a Black woman in a Black town where she's doing all this stuff, I don't see any white supremacists right next to me. I don't see any white supremacists that's calling me and threatening me. These are all Black people just like me. So at this point,
Well,
whoever it is needs to be held accountable. So I don't know. That I don't know. I'm just being
sir,
honest with that.
Sir, your time is up. All right, 8223.
To get one more.
I said, no. Your time is up.
Hello.
Go ahead, my brother. 8223. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm a resident of Dalton since 1989. I've been on the front lines with Sherry and Dr. Nikita when we inquired about Val Stubbs and other people that live here in Dalton dealing with this situation since she's been in office. And there are numerous situations that I don't know if the general public knows about, but I'm sure that being investigated, the people that are trying to get ahead of the investigation or saying they're taking too long and all that, I just bring up some examples. Mayor Adams of New York, they're investigating him from 10 years ago when he was a borough president up to the present, and he just now got indicted. So we can't depend on that right now. That's out of our hands, the law enforcement part of it. What we can do is band together, get the votes out, and rid our city and our township of this cancer and her tumors. By her tumors, I mean her cultists. And we need to do that and focus on that and stop trying to be the law enforcement because we don't have the expertise and we don't know everything.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to put that out there because you get a lot of that. Yeah, you're getting a lot of that. But right now, we can control what we can control. And that's what we should do right now. And every chance I get, I try to research something, find out things. And I've had some personal situations, just like Sherry has, just like Dr. Nikita has, and other people have. You can't prove it, but it's coming from this cult that's running our city right now, this cartel. We know this.
Let me ask you a question, Lee. Was it somebody, I think it was Val. Didn't her house get shot up or something? A car or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
I had a bunch of shots fired outside of my bedroom window. Right before this chief left. A whole bunch, about 6 or 7 shots at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And heard some dialogue. Man, you can't do that kind of SHIT because you're a police officer. I reported all that. Nothing ever happened, but this happened right outside of my window.
So this is stuff that YouTubers don't know.
There's a lot of stuff going on. No, I know it.
Yeah, but they some of them, they know because what happened at Val's house, and not only that, they did that. They did a parade past her house with all of the village vehicles in it. I mean, and it was, and that video, I'm gonna send it to you, Martin.
Okay, send it to me.
There was a code enforcement person that came to her house to give her a $500 ticket that was definitely not warranted. We don't have any certified code enforcement officers, so she shouldn't have been getting a ticket anyways. But again, there was no ordinance to say that she should be getting a ticket for that. So she had to waste time to go to court for that. There was a time when Tiffany claimed that she asked for her to shovel her snow and she did not. All she did was let the village know that they had to plow the alley because that, she lives on the snow route, but the alley still has to be plowed. And that was just, for the people because people do have to go to work. Like she said, and she said it publicly, so it's not like I'm saying something that nobody should know. Like she said, she didn't have anywhere to go. All she did was made the comment that they need to plow the alley. And then Tiffany came and was playing the Puffy song, You Can Hate Me Now, talking about this is what I do for my haters. This is a whole grown ass mayor.
Yep. She
Crazy.
gave a hip hop summit right in the parking lot of a senior citizens home a couple of summers ago. I mean, complete with the vulgarity and everything, and the car showed up like they were the presidential limo thing. They all came in with the lights flashing and everything. Weren't that many people over there? This is the kind of stuff she does. They put up brand new fencing. They did all of that and then took it all down the next day. And I live a block away. This is the kind of stuff that she has been doing for years now. And we've had enough of it.
Well, sir, can I ask you a question?
No, you can't. No,
Sure.
you can't. You can't ask him no question. You got to ask me if you can ask him a
I thought that was
question.
you. I'm sorry.
No, that wasn't.
No, ask him a question.
No, you can't.
What the hell is he?
No, I said the same thing too. Yeah.
Oh.
No, I was going to ask you a question about.
Sir, I said you can't ask him no question. You just gonna overtalk me? Get rid of
Who's
him.
that dude? That's your
I don't
show.
know who that dude is. I don't know who he is. I just got him
your
off.
show.
Yeah, I know it. He just disrespect me like I ain't even sitting here. Yeah.
Like it's not your show.
Yeah. They have no respect for me. They try to throw a little kick at me because
that was you talking.
No, that wasn't me. If he'd have asked me, could he ask you a question? I probably would have granted to him. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. But anyway, listen. I forgot what I want. I had another question to ask too, because these are the things that I've been hearing. Now there's intimidation, right? Public intimidation.
Absolutely.
Right. Now, how many businesses have been closed since she's been there? Do y'all know? Or not given a business license? That you guys know
Well,
of?
I have heard as low as 20 and as high as 80.
Ooh.
Am I correct me if I'm wrong, Dan?
Well, I don't know the numbers, but I know it's a ghost town. And I can tell you that going down there to get permits for citizens or businesses is hell now. They lost my paperwork 2 times in 1 week for one job. I had to go 5 visits to get a roof put on my house for last year. I've caught hell there, and they overcharged me like you would not believe, but I had to have stuff done. And my paperwork keeps disappearing because they have a non-citizen, non-employee that has the keys to our city hall, which has been locked up for us for over a year now. We can't get in there. We can only go into the foyer, about an 8x10 room, everybody breathing on top of each other. And I talk to those contractors all the time, and they hate coming to Dalton now because of what they have to go through and what we have to go through.
I have a question.
That they are playing with.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I have a question. I can wait.
Okay. The water department, I'm having trouble for the first time. Now, I've been here since 1989. I never had issues with water bills before until now. I turn in the paperwork, and they, go accordingly. Now, all of a sudden, I get told that there's no longer any paperwork available. They're giving me estimated bills, despite the fact that I know that I filled out the forms and left them in the designated box, which I find out now nobody supposedly has keys for. So it's a lot of crazy stuff. The money is disappearing left and right. I don't know where the water bill money is going. We don't know where the permit money is going. And they charging people the way they want to do it now. That's another investigation in and of itself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk you.
No. Michael B. Garson said the Park President House was shot up too. Did y'all know about that?
No,
I remember when something like that happened.
Wow. Ooh. My goodness.
And what they don't understand, what people don't understand with that comes a lot. It was somebody was doing a live and said that I didn't even live in Dalton. And that prompted
Oh,
people
Lord.
to come, and in my inbox, somebody came in my inbox and told me, "How dare you come after
I heard
Tiffany, and you
Martin
do not
Johnson's a
live in
rapist.
Dalton."
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
also they said, and then people, they start to show up. Does she
Mm-hmm.
really live here? You know what I mean? They start to show up in front of your
Yeah.
house.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do
Hmm.
things like that, you don't understand that you put people in danger.
Yeah,
But
you
like I
do.
was saying, the residents of Dalton, they really need to start once this is over, because we, right now we have to battle the corruption. But when this is over, you guys have to start. These people who don't have no reason to do what they're doing, that are putting you out there, you got to start taking legal action against them. Put everybody on paper, and they can think that nothing's gonna happen to them. But I'm telling you, this cyberbullying is serious now, and people are really, the powers that be are taking it serious. Do it, get them, whoever it is. That, I had a situation where someone just released somebody's personal information, or what, you know, being passive aggressive.
Yeah.
Take them to
Yeah.
court. You are a resident. You are not an elected official. And you can't even, some things you can't do to elected officials, but you definitely can't. You know what I'm saying? If you were employed and you are running around telling people's business, even after you've left, those people can come after you civilly. And you should. All of these people are getting passes for all this crazy stuff. I mean, this could happen to anybody. So if people think it's just happening in Dalton, they're laughing and they're saying, "Oh," a lot of people are telling us what we're not doing, what we should do. They don't even know what we are doing. We are doing that. It's if I had $1 for everybody that said we're doing something that we're done, I would be rich and living somewhere else.
Mm.
Yeah. There's plenty of free advice out here. That's for damn sure.
Oh.
I can't
But people
hear you.
don't. They have no clue. They have no clue.
She said she can't hear. You hear?
I can hear Sherry.
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah. Sherry, next time put on you some headphones so you can hear. That's why I keep my headphones on. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any.
Yeah.
Listen, maybe I have to get some.
Yeah, get some, So uh I I got another question to ask too. Now remember, and I'm not gonna go into detail. Remember this person that they hired was had a felony background and he was going to people's houses and all that. What happened to that person? How did it? I mean, you know what I'm talking about. A person that's supposed to did a case against somebody, a teenager one time, and she hired him on her staff.
He doesn't work for the village
I'm not sure.
anymore.
Okay, okay,
Okay.
okay. Now, what is her hiring procedure? Do she supposed to vet them first, or then bring them before the board?
She
So
was
Tiffany has
supposed to.
4 appointments.
Okay.
Everybody else should just go through HR. The department heads should play a part in who gets jobs, not Tiffany. I mean, and from my understanding, she hires everybody down to the person that cleans the floor. They should have a background check. If you work for a municipality, you're not supposed to have a felony. So it's not even a matter of putting them somewhere and not letting them go to people's houses. If that's where you're going with this, you're just not supposed to hire felons. Uh,
Mm,
but again, his story was told, and from my understanding, it was during that time where uh, if you were there, you committed the crime, whether you committed the crime or not. I'll say
okay.
that.
Okay. Now, tell us about the recall. How did it got started, and how, when it first started? I remember, but I'm what you tell us. Yeah.
Mhm. So with the recall, you know, a lot of us residents wanted them to do it like immediately. The board was a little more rational, and they said we do have to give her a chance. And they tried to work with her. They tried to do things for her. there was a mechanism of 2 questions that we put on the referendum. And basically, what the judges were saying when they shot it down, because we went to court and we lost, was we should have had 1 question on one election, or like maybe the primary, and then the second question on the general election. Well, we didn't have time. So it was gamble or not. And so we had to gamble, and we had to put both questions on the same um, ballot. And we did what we needed to do. Um, the judge could have done the right thing and said our voices counted. So at the end of the day, almost double the people that voted her in recalled her. The judge just said, no, it's not. So she is a recalled mayor. The people don't want her. And now it's even more people that are dissatisfied than when we recalled her. So I don't even understand why she thinks she has a chance in hell of being the mayor in Dalton again.
Hmm.
Um, Nobody is saying that Jason has to be perfect, but he has to be transparent and he has to work with the residents, and he's going to do that. He also understands and wants to be held accountable, because if you call him with the hard questions, he'll answer them for you. He'll keep it a buck. And we can't think that everything that he says and does, everybody's going to agree with that. 50% no, 50% yes. But at the end of the day, it's about at least moving. People have a lot to say about everything that's going on with the recall, with Tiffany and everybody. Well, why is she just doing that? And how can she do that? Ask your government, because that's what the people of Dalton have been doing. We've been kicking and screaming since she took office, and we knew something wasn't right. And we got out there and we pushed and we pushed and we pushed to try and get some answers. um, you know, I was one of the ones who I went to YouTube first looking for people. And, I was told that I went to Edgar County Watchdogs. I enlisted Nikita, Dr. Nikita. I hooked up with Stephanie and Jim Giglio. We all were working to try to get some answers. Wasn't like we weren't doing anything, but people just keep saying, well, how? You see, I mean, now people can actually see nothing's happening. Well, the investigations are happening, they move slow, but we can't control what the law does, and we can't control her. I mean, why are you guys letting her do that? I mean, it's just like right now, if my husband came in and said, get up and make me some apple pie right now, well, I don't have no apples and I'm not doing it. I mean, unless you physically make her do it, and we can't do that. And that's what people got to understand. She's an adult, and she knows exactly what she's doing.
Hmm.
She's well aware she's not as young as people want to say. I think she'll be 42 on her next birthday.
Okay.
So she's not that young. She was a trustee, and yes, she was a little rough around the edges. We've talked about that. But no one else would run. When she ran, my choice would have been Jason House, but for his own personal reasons, he didn't run. But he's way more of a stand-up guy, and he knows what he's doing. But again, when you have a team, sometimes we thought she might listen to her team. She pretended like she was
Hmm.
listening when she was trying to get elected.
Okay. Question. I got like 3 questions now. Maybe
Go
either one
ahead.
you got. With Dorothy Brown. Now, was a lot of this going on while she was in office with Tiffany, or how was it? How was the atmosphere with Dorothy Brown in office?
I believe it started because she had her own agenda. It seemed like Dorothy was just trying to make a movie star out of Tiffany. For me, she just wasn't a fit for the job. Martin, when we wanted to do a protest, at first I was like, well, we won't do it because we need a lot of people. And then Dane Placco from Fox 32 said, no, just get a couple of dozen people in a bullhorn and get out there. I called you up. You
Mm-hmm.
came out and you filmed the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, they made it about other things, but it was just asking Dorothy to step down, and she did a month later.
Hmm. Okay.
So, again, I don't think Dorothy, it was it was star power. It was making her. It was all about her being the first Black female mayor. And she wanted the board to just go away and be on the sidelines, like don't say anything, don't do anything, just be there doing like this for her. That's what it seemed like. I mean, I could be wrong, I could be corrected, but I doubt it.
Okay, now tell me what trustees are up for election right now.
Okay, so for their seats, there are 3 seats up. Jason is not running because he's going to be the mayor. You have Trustee Kiana Belcher and Trustee Brittany Norwood. Their seats are up. They've completed their 4 years. So they're running again. And on their slate for the third person, because there's 3 trustee seats up, you have Ed Steve.
Okay.
So those 3 are running. And then Clerk Key. Um, Tammy Brown, who is also a part of Clean House 2025, she's definitely supporting these trustees. Her, Andrew, and Stan, they were all elected at the same time, so they have 2 years left.
Okay. Cool.
So their seats aren't up until 2027.
Okay.
But we do have a board majority because Tammy Brown, Trustee Tammy Brown, Jason House, Kiana Belcher, and Brittany Norwood are all, working vigorously to try to keep us afloat.
Okay. I think my other question is, I have said it publicly. I know 5 people, at least the FBI have talked to about Tiffany. They've came to me in confidence. 5. And I'm just me. So I don't know how many are out there. So, and one of the persons that I spoke with, he said he almost 100% sure that she's going to get arrested. Yeah. I'm just telling you, that's what he told. Hey,
Listen.
I'm telling the truth, shame the devil.
Nobody wants to see someone go to jail. That's the consensus across the board. But the people that have been bullied and beat up and misused and no services and attacked verbally and just foiling your jobs and all that type of stuff, those people, they want to see her go to jail. And I can't be mad at them because now I'm one. I didn't before. I just wanted her out of office. And, people like somebody I just saw in the comments, kind of somebody saying, how come Keith Freeman couldn't just be fired or whatever? Keith Freeman is under the Whistleblower Act, and he's doing the work now to undo some of the things that she's done. Do I think he'll be there forever? No, but right now he's there, and it is what it is, and he's not going anywhere for now. And when he does, he'll be gone. And trust me, I full disclosure, I don't like him. I don't like him. And and he should know why. I don't think he should have a problem with me not liking him because I did a whole petition to try to get rid of him. But he's absolutely working to undo some of the damage right now. That's all I can say about that.
We got a repeat caller, 7200. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, this is Kim calling back. I was just calling. I wanted to ask Sherry, did Tiffany ever turn in any paperwork from the subpoenas that came down on her?
I do believe some of them. Yeah, I do believe some of them were.
Go ahead. She turned in because I'm going to tell you this. As a mother whose daughter lives in Atlanta, my daughter called me and said, "Ma, I know you follow this story. This lady is looking for bank statements to be redone."
I heard that.
I said, "What?"
I heard that.
And she told me her friend was putting her on, and I'm like, "No, daughter, don't touch it. If you don't want to go to jail, if you want to raise your daughter, stay out of it." I reached out to the powers that be, and Steve was one of them. He said, "Tell your daughter to leave it alone and let the FBI do what they do. But just for the record, I want to put it out there. That lady been searching, and this happened, I want to say back over the summer. She been searching for somebody to doctor up paperwork, cash apps, sales, whatever, bank statements for a long time.
Ooh, yes.
I never heard that.
Listen,
I never heard that.
Yeah, and you know what? I just haven't said anything.
I never heard that.
And you listen, she is so right, and I've heard that. And
Y'all making chills
we
go down
know
my
who
body.
was reaching out for. We know who was reaching out for Miss Henyard to get that done, and that person is. Whew, that's a mistake. I wouldn't have never reached out and tried to make that happen. Yep, you're right. You're 100% correct.
They live here. My daughter live out of state, and they call my daughter because she, whatever she do, what she do for herself.
Right.
However, whatever, for her to call me and say, "Mama," I said, "Don't touch it. Don't you dare. Don't fool with nothing with Tiffany, Aisha Henyard. Nothing." That lady called. She went down line by line. I done telling my daughter what she needed her to remove and add to balance Dalton books. We ain't even talking about the township. We just talking about Dalton. And the lady said she was going back to 2020, I think, or 2021. And my daughter was like, the lady was offering her at the time like $50,000 cash.
Damn.
Yep.
Woo, people, I've never heard
and
this.
I told my daughter, don't do it.
Woo.
I ain't gonna lie. I even reached out to Jedediah and told him, couldn't touch it. Don't touch it. Tell your daughter, stay out of it. And that's what I did.
Ooh, my goodness, boy.
So just so y'all know, Tiffany, she dirty.
Yeah, I knew that.
And she ain't looking out for nobody but herself.
See, it's a lot of things we know. There's some things we just don't, we can't or don't say. But yeah.
Y'all done messed my whole understanding up with that.
Yes.
Well, Martin, let me tell you.
I'm proud,
she reaching out to people that she don't even know why she reached. You shouldn't reach out to somebody you don't know or employ them to find somebody else to do something for you. You should be talking to these people yourself. But the fact that she's not even smart enough to do that. You put your whole person out there. You know what I'm saying?
But the person who was doing the reaching out is really, why would you do that? She is screwed because people know she's doing it.
But let me tell you this. I'm going to give you this one for the road. It's whoever she doing the catering with. That's who reaching out. Whoever she do her catering with, I'm here to tell ya.
She dropping bombs.
I ain't tell you what you heard. I'm telling you what I know.
Listen, I ain't got nothing to do with this, y'all. I have to listen. I didn't know this was gonna happen. This live uncut. Sherry, I ain't had nothing to do with this.
But you know what? This Martin, she is on the money. And listen, I didn't say it, so don't y'all be her followers and fans and sufferers of Stockholm Syndrome. Don't come after me. I'm telling y'all.
Don't come after me either, because
I
just lit it up.
Not that smart. She's not that smart, honey.
Yes, I heard it also in the summertime. I heard it also, Martin.
Wow.
This is not no new news. This is old news. It's been going on.
People just not talking about it. We're not talking about it because I don't live in Dalton, right? I live in Chicago. At the end of the day, if I have to tell my 33-year-old daughter to stay up out of it because the money was very tempting to her, Tiffany is not smart at all to employ somebody who is employing somebody else to do the dirty work.
You're 5,000% correct. And people tell us,
you know what I'm saying?
There's a group in Dalton. There's a group of people that no matter what, people are going to reach out and tell us things like you just heard. Myself, Dan Lee, Valerie Stubbs, Mary Avant, Thelma Price. People reach out to us and they blow our minds with stuff. And a lot of times we have to do the research to even, we have to do the research to figure out if it's true or not. Now, I heard about this a while ago, but again, for me, I just have to, put things out that and some things I don't. because I can't.
Go ahead.
Right. Sherry, I have a question for you. But even when we doing all this research and everything, and all this stuff is hitting the fan, ceiling, walls, everywhere, don't you agree? Just to ease the people's mind, and I'm from Dalton, just to ease all our mind, shouldn't all of them and everybody be investigated? Babe, this too much. We got to come to a mutual ground on this. We got to vet everybody. We just ain't going to go after Tiffany. Everybody need to be, everybody up there. We just can't hire our cousins, aunties, third relatives. No, they need to show us some education, because look what happened. Look what happened.
But
what did the people expect when you put a 38 to a 40-some-year-old in office? Did you really think she knew account and could control this much? No.
Well, she could have done it at 40 because she was a trustee for 8 years. And also, I'm not coming to your house and investigate you for rape if you had nothing to do with a rape. Yeah, everybody is vetted, but those trustees are not doing what she's doing. They're trying to get some answers for us. So again, people do need to be vetted.
I appreciate them. I really appreciate everybody.
Right. So I mean, to
but
say
my
everybody
question is
needs
again,
to be
babe. If my thing is, this another reason I say everybody, because they all ran on her previous ticket. So what makes me think y'all ain't gonna do this again?
I supported her doing anything. I supported her, and then when I figured out what her agenda was, I didn't.
If they help her get in the office, we can't just look at part of this picture, people. We have to look at the whole thing.
We're not.
Let me say this.
If you've been doing the investigations, if you've been doing the research like you might be doing or think or saying you're doing, then you would already know what the deal is and what's going on.
No whole level. I just can't look at what people telling me. I need to see documents on both sides.
Okay, well then do it. That's what I'm doing. I didn't look at what people told me. I went and did the work. I've been doing the work. I started out with Tiffany, helping her, wanting her to do the right thing, trying to straighten up her crown. And then I was not able to speak to Tiffany anymore. I was not. She didn't answer the phone to answer
the way
those
she
questions.
spoke to people as a trustee.
I've done it all.
The way she spoke.
Again, I don't know.
You didn't even think a glimpse or twice to let me think twice about this nominee or anything. Y'all could have went with the other clerk.
We don't have to take responsibility for her being a criminal. She has to take responsibility for being a criminal.
She's going to take, and that's why I say she calls herself the leader. I don't care if somebody got their toe ran over anything. The buck don't always stop with Tiffany. She controls all of this. So anything that went down in this town, she should be at fault for that.
Everybody on her ticket got more votes than she did. So you can't, you know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, babe. I'm just questioning if they all have more than her, then nobody question and say, hold on, let's step back. We got to reevaluate this whole thing.
You investigate people that need to be investigated. You investigate people that need to be investigated.
Like Gonzalez.
If the feds felt like all of the trustees needed to be investigated, they would investigate them.
I think that's why the FBI ain't stepped in, because I don't think it's just one person helped this girl do all this mess. She could have did all this by herself.
If the feds feel like everybody needs to be investigated, they'll investigate them. It takes time. How many people do you know that are sitting in office? Not very many have even been under investigation. A lot of times it happens after they are out of office.
I agree with you 1,000%. I agree with you 1,000%. But until then, all we could do as people is, to ease the residents' mind. I just can't, and please hear me when I say this. I definitely and never will support nothing like Tiffany. Please hear me when I say this. But nor can I support Clean House 2025. I need to hear him talk. Come out on this podium and speak to me. Tell me what is wrong. Tell me what. You don't have to support him, in the road or something. I need to hear.
But then if you're not
Yes,
supporting them,
somewhere
that's
you gotta
fine. They
support.
don't, but again, you have to support who you're going to support. You can't tell people who
Right.
have been with Clean House 2025 and watched the blood, sweat, and tears that they have when they
Mm.
have been in the community doing the work, even down to the recall, when they have asked this girl to do the right thing, when they have tried to work with her, when they have tried to get information and do all that stuff.
Come on,
Obviously, I
Terry.
don't know where you've been, but I don't know what to tell you. I don't
But
know.
you know what? Let
Well,
me say this.
I don't
I,
have to
hey,
be nowhere to understand that I
there
need
you
to
do.
look at everything before I look. I live
No,
here.
you're not
I
entitled
don't
to look
have
at
to be
everything.
We look at
everywhere. I
everything
need to look
too.
at
I've been looking
all
at
of the
everything for the
stories.
last 20, 26 years.
So
I've
I'm
been
not,
out here.
Mr. Lee, and I love you so much. I mean, I love you, Mr. Lee, and everything. But am I
Yeah.
wrong to just question
You are
everything?
wrong. You are wrong for this reason.
Okay.
We have one good shot to get this woman out of here and her cartel.
Baby.
And I agree.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I haven't said anything for half an hour. Okay.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay. Here's the deal. We need to deal with the cancer right now. Okay.
Mhm.
And we need to deal with the cult that she's brought into this city.
Mhm.
There is no other entity other than Clean House 25 right now that have a shot of getting that cult out of our city, out of our village.
Right.
So if the other investigations, we don't even know if this is happening or not. We don't know who's investigating what.
I agree.
We have no knowledge of that. This is the kind of stuff I see online all the time. People jump out and claim that, they try to pretend that they're experts in criminology, and they are not. We are not. I am not. So until we can come to that conclusion, we need to deal with what's in front of us. And right now, we are looking down the barrel of the shotgun, and we can turn it away from us, but we can't do that if we throw all this mud in the water by trying to get everybody at the same time, because frankly, you're not going to get both sides at one time. You may get this, that, and other come down the road. But right now, we know what the major problem is, and that's where our focus should be.
I agree with you too, sir. I agree with you too, and everything. You got to start with the head. You got to cut the snake off at the head. I agree with everything y'all saying, as far as with Tiffany. I'm just saying, I have to look at. Anybody. I just need to look at not just her. I need to hear from all of my elected officials. I need to hear all of them.
Talking about you. You keep talking about I.
I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You keep talking about you.
I'm just saying
we're talking about the village.
Citizen out here.
We are talking about the village, and we're talking about the township. This is not about you. It's not about me.
Well, I live here. I pay taxes here, so I can say things about me what I'm going through.
You are one person.
I'm one vote.
Okay, fine. Then vote the way you want to vote. But
right now,
the focus needs to be on what's. We know what's.
I agree with you on that.
We know
I agree.
Well,
I agree with you on that.
Me, but all that I and me stuff, we got no room for that right now. We need to work as a team.
Well, I get what you're saying, but I'm talking as far as me paying my mortgage and everything out here. I'm speaking for me, not on behalf of the whole village. I see what's going on. I'm just saying, before anything, Republicans or anybody come in, we need to check these people out. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I agree with everything y'all saying. Please hear me out. I agree with y'all. I'm just saying, before we get into another trap, let's just check everything first.
But you have the opportunity to do that already, and that is do your homework now before 2025 have to vote.
And that's another thing I want us people out here to understand. It's just a vote. It's just a vote. Rather go out.
It's an important vote.
I understand that. I'm a vote. But I just want people to know, I don't want people, elderly people, getting sick and stuff, stressed. I understand this fight. I'm out here with it. I just understood me. I just wanted to hear from everybody else. That's all it was. Mm-hmm. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to nobody out here or either one of y'all on the show. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I was just saying, am I wrong for thinking maybe just, can I look up? I ain't saying I don't agree. I totally agree with this crazy food and did to this town.
Mhm.
Please understand that I agree. But she done tore this town up so bad that I think it's easier for us. We need to just, before anybody takes seats, we making sure we checking all boxes. That's all I was saying. We not finna get another few Tiffany's in here and we ain't checking them out. We got to check these people out. That's all I'm saying, people. That's all I'm saying.
I think they've done that. I think Dalton residents have done a great job with getting behind Clean House 2025. You know what I'm saying? So you have to, grit your teeth and bear it. It's getting Tiffany out is the main point.
I agree. She should
have
never been in that seat in the first place. Well, she should have never been in that seat in the first place.
You got to give everybody a chance. At the end of the day, don't split the vote in Dalton because it just makes it harder for Clean House 2025. Somebody with some real leadership skills to get in there, and it makes it harder on the people.
I'm not trying to make it harder on anybody out here or anything. I just say that, before we jump into a crazier mess again, because keep in mind, this possibly can happen to us again out here.
Do you really think Clean House gonna do that though?
No, I'm just saying. Imagine 10 years from now if he's not in office, it could possibly happen again. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely, but that's all they're smart and they're gonna get better.
We have February the 25th for the next election. There are so many things we can do in that time frame.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have to prioritize what we're going to do.
Yes, sir.
Cherry, if y'all need boots
I'm
on the
only
ground,
suggesting that we keep our focus right now. We need to focus on what the goal is. Everything else will be icing on the cake. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Focus.
I agree. I agree with you, Mr. Lee. I agree with you and Sherry, believe it or not. I agree with y'all 1,000%. She has to go. She has to go. But we can never allow this to happen again.
Agreed.
That's all I was saying. We got to check anything coming to represent our town. We're going to make sure you running it right. That's all I'm saying. But I agree with both of y'all wholeheartedly. She has to go. We won't survive. This town will disappear if she's in office again. Wow. And if I offended anybody on this platform, I apologize. I'm right here with y'all. I just don't want us to make this in another 30 years. We got to make sure all of this is taken care of so we don't walk into this again blindly. That's all I'm saying. Y'all got me. Y'all ain't got to worry about me. Y'all got me. That's why I moved to this town, because of people like y'all. I knew y'all would protect a person like me. So I thank y'all. I thank y'all for up there fighting, and I don't even have the courage to go. So please understand when I say I hear y'all, I feel y'all. It's making me upset right now. I know these people fighting for me, and they don't even know me. I thank y'all. I just don't want us to make a mistake again. Y'all some good people.
We can all agree on that.
Y'all some good people out here.
There's no animosity for me for anybody except for the people. I'm talking about the malevolent tumors and the cancer that are running our village and township. That's my focus right now. Everything else can wait.
Has joined.
We got another caller. Hold on, people.
Hi.
Hey, come on, caller.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, this is Thelma Price. How you doing?
Hey.
My other phone just shut down.
Oh, okay.
But I happen to be listening to one of our beautiful residents, and this is all I can say. The residents have to stay engaged. It was a time that it only would be 5 residents at the meeting. Dan Lee was there. Sherry's a part of that. Mary Avant. And she had people from Chicago in our meetings clapping for her. That wasn't even a part of Dalton. So what I say to my beautiful residents, if you got to be engaged. Everybody got to be engaged. You got to go with Tea with the Trustee. That is the platform that the trustees have created for residents. If they're afraid, they can come there. They don't videotape the meetings where you can ask those hard questions. But if you're sitting at the house, not coming to no meetings, not doing nothing, it's like, come on, you got to make your voice be heard. You have to.
I understand exactly what you're saying, sweetheart. And I'm
sorry if I was talking loud. I'm sorry if I was talking loud, baby, but I know what you're saying, and I'm not trying to bash you. But what I'm trying to tell all the citizens of Dalton, even after the clean house get in, y'all got to stay engaged. You got to hold everybody accountable.
That's my point. We all got to take some blame in this. And my thing is, Miss Thelma, how could we prevent it from happening 20 years from now?
We got to stay engaged. Go to those meetings.
We got to stay engaged, but we just can't keep hiring people just because you're my friend.
Correct. And we got to really vet people the correct way.
That's what I think.
You know, and I don't think anybody on this panel is saying that against you. But what I'm saying, we gotta stay together. If we start dividing ourselves like that, we're not gonna win. We cannot be dividing, second guessing ourselves. We on the right track. Clean House is the right people that's been doing the work. So why would we look at anybody else when they've been doing the work?
Can I ask you a question, Miss Thelma?
Yeah, baby.
And I just love seeing you on TV and everything.
Oh.
I don't want nobody to get mad at me.
No, and nobody is getting, this is not the platform for anybody to get mad at you.
I agree with everybody that she should go. She shouldn't be here.
Correct.
But am I wrong for thinking if this happened, I need to check everything now? This is getting me too bad. Let me check the shoelaces. Let me check this. That's all I'm saying. I'm afraid.
You're not wrong, baby. We're not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying, we will destroy our movement if we start second guessing, letting people come in that only lived here for 2 years, and we've been fighting this battle close to 4 years. We can't have that. We can't be double-minded like that. You know, she got to get out of this town, and we're going to make sure she get out of here because she's no good for us. She has took this town all the way to the ground.
We're going to hold Jason accountable. We're going to hold Clean House 2025 accountable.
Be held accountable.
We got to make sure this cannot
We're not going
to
just let them.
Again.
We're not just going to say, okay, Clean House 2025, get rid of Tiffany and do what you want.
And
no.
Miss Sherry. Please,
can I share something? Can I share something about Jason House? What I have spoken to him in private. He wants to be held accountable, and he wants the residents' input. And he was saying, well, you know what? I want to have committees where residents can have a voice. We ain't never had that. So that's huge. And I challenge you. Have you been to a Tea with Trustee, baby?
No, but I didn't have a couple of them come to my home and beautiful.
I want you to come. You gotta come to Tea with. You gotta come to Tea with the Trustee. And Jason, all those trustees, you can put them in a corner and just talk to them, and they gonna talk to you. But if you've never been to,
about Mr. Jason is, us residents, don't nobody want to hear this stuff Tiffany got to say.
Correct.
Jason, come and shut her down. That's all I'm saying.
They all shutting her down, but I'm gonna let you,
ladies.
I'm gonna let you go because I want them to be. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We got a new caller, 3231.
Oh, okay.
Come on, new caller.
I'm gone, Martin.
All right.
I love
Thank
y'all.
you. Thank you.
Thanks, babe.
All right. Hey, caller. 32. Hi.
Hello.
Yes. I was just happened to tune in. I just actually come in and I tuned into your show and I was listening. I have to agree with the caller that was on there saying that we have to check out everyone.
Yes.
I'm a firm believer, and I'm going to say this, and I've been saying this from the beginning. When Tiffany was a trustee, I saw how her disposition was and how she conducted herself. And when I look at some of those trustees, they have also been on the board along with her.
Mm-hmm.
So I am just not convinced that they didn't know how she was as a person. And to run on that ticket with her and to fight as hard as they fought for her to get in that office. Why wouldn't we not check them out as well?
Jesus fucking Christ.
What do you mean check them out?
That's what I said. Check them out. Everybody needs to
You
be
mean
checked
like
out.
vet them as far as voting for them, or just have an FBI investigation?
No.
I'm talking
It's
about
like,
as far-
make
I'm
sure
talking
they
about as far-
qualify for the job. Their background matches the job description.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm talking about as far as voting for them, and that goes for everyone that's on the ticket that's running for mayor or
Yeah,
running
I
for
agree.
any position.
I agree.
You
So
cannot
yeah, I
convince
think
me.
everybody should do that.
Thank you.
I did it for me.
Right.
I
And
also
some.
did it. Every last one of them has an expertise that Dalton desperately needs that is not present right now in the current administration. You can
Wow.
look over all of their resumes right now, and you will see the level of expertise from everybody on that ticket. And I challenge you to do that.
Okay, well, let me say this. I hear everybody say they've been fighting, they're qualified, they're all of this. But you got all these qualified people sitting in office, and this is the situation we're in. So what?
We're in the
Why should
situation
we vote
because of
them back
Tiffany.
in when we're in the situation that we're in now?
We're in the situation because of Tiffany.
Well, you know what? What people will realize,
Oh, God.
Tiffany ain't just running this thing by herself. It takes everybody to run it. So we keep wanting to separate the administration. You got half of the team over here, you got the other half over here, and nobody's suffering but the residents. And this is just bad leadership all the way across the board. When you look at these meetings, this half don't show up at the meeting. This half is mad at the other half. The other half don't show up at the meeting. All of it is just very unprofessional. So why should we constantly keep recycling the same people that have sat in these seats for years and have not literally produced anything? Well, why should we keep putting them back in the seats?
So who's
I can answer
running?
that
Are you
easily.
running?
I'm asking a question. I'm a resident.
I'm saying
I'm
who
speaking as a
else? I
resident.
mean, whoever we vet who's running. The people that I see that are running, I've looked into them and I've made my choice as to who I'm voting for.
You know, and the thing is, when I start coming to these meetings, everybody automatically assumes that everybody is just House 2025. When I first personally started coming to the meetings, everybody automatically assumes that everybody is House 2025 because everybody wants Tiffany out. Yes, I personally want Tiffany out myself, but we cannot assume that everybody is just for a certain team or go off the emotions of hate or dislike or we don't want the person in there.
Exactly.
Because the minute I said, I'm speaking from personal experience. The minute I said, no, I'm not for Tiffany, nor am I for House, I got some of the most nasty dispositions. One of the people on our house. All this hate, all this anger. Oh, you're not for us. You must be a Tiffany fan, or you must be on Tiffany team. You guys act as if, and I'm talking to all of the House 2025 people. You guys act as if we're not supposed to have a mind of our own, or we're not supposed to think for ourselves.
That's
you
why I say I'm not wrong for that.
Okay, so if you're not for Tiffany and you're not for House, then who are you? I mean, who else is there?
Well, listen,
now I know who
you know who I am. You know who
Yes,
I am.
I do now.
And
I
as
do
I
now.
say,
I wasn't sure.
And then no, you don't have to
Again,
listen.
if
You
you're
don't have to
not
be
if you're
unsure.
not for Team House
But
and you're not
again,
for Tiffany, then who are you for? Then vote for that person. Whoever
I'm
else
for-
is running.
You know who
Anybody,
I'm
you
for?
know what I mean?
I'm for me.
I'm not
I'm for the
personally telling
resident.
anybody who they have to
I'm
vote
for the
for.
person.
But what I'm saying
I'm
is
for the person.
everybody can be vetted.
Sweetheart.
Everybody can be vetted.
Sweetheart.
And everybody can
Sweetheart,
vote for
I am
whoever they
for-
want to vote for.
Okay,
Exactly. And why do we have to have all this animosity just because I don't agree with you? Come on, people, we better than this.
And this is what I'm saying. And this
We
is where
allowed this.
And this is where I received all the animosity, because the minute I say I'm not for this team, I'm not for that team. Oh, she must be a Tiffany fan. She must be on Tiffany's team. And I've never seen people so angry because they don't get to produce the narrative that they want. If you don't say it how they want it said, if you don't do it how they want to do it, then here comes the anger and the nasty dispositions. And I've experienced that and the sad part about it is, I would expect to have gotten this type of disposition from Tiffany people since she's so awful and all this other stuff. But you know who I received it from? I've been receiving it from house people. Even you, Miss Sherry, with some of the little comments and the snare and the little nasty remarks. So this is why I say to everyone. This is why I say to everyone, research everybody. So now that the people know that they have an option, then let's do our research on everyone. Because I am a firm believer that you all started with that girl, you all ran hard with her. Most of the people that's raising the most hell. Because see, I can stand here and say this. Because when I looked at Mrs. Henyard, she didn't get my vote. When I looked at Mr. Andrews, he didn't get my vote. When I looked and researched these people, they did not get my vote because I researched. I knew the history of Tiffany. I saw the criminal background. I knew all of that. And I'm quite sure a lot of you all knew that. I've watched those meetings, but yet you guys endorsed her. You worked hard. You ran hard. You did everything damnable to get that girl in that seat. And now that the fallout has taken place, now you all get mad about anybody that don't say their team house. You all get pissed off.
That's not true.
Dispositions are made. No, yes, it's true because Mr. Dan.
I remember when you came in.
Because when you came in, I listen. When I came in,
when you came in and made your speech at the meeting. When I came in, Mr. Dan, you were one of the main ones that kept turning around. I didn't say anything about you.
Your actions was nasty. Your actions were very nasty.
No.
You kept turning around.
I'm just trying to tell you what happened.
Mr. Dan, I've experienced your nastiness. And it was not pleasant. It was not nice. You didn't have to say anything. Your demeanor, your disposition. Every time I ask a question, every time I ask a question, every time I raise my hand and ask a question,
you talking about when they were taking questions off the notes and then you kept interrupting them? No, because everybody else had a turn. That's what I know.
No, sir, no.
You had a system and you didn't want to do it.
You were rude and you were nasty. And I have experienced a lot of rude and nastiness from the House 2025 people. That's what I'm saying. So you all actions now. Let's just keep it real. No, I am telling the truth. I'm telling you my experience.
Because you keep talking over me.
Because you won't let me. Because the last I checked, I was 3231. Last I checked, I was the one who actually had the line. And I'm telling you my experience. You were not nice. Okay. A lot of those trustees were not nice. They were rude.
You
they
not
were
nice
disrespectful.
Listen to you.
Come on,
well,
people.
No,
Let's bring it back down 3 9.
Okay.
Let's bring it back down 3 9.
Okay.
Come on.
I'm done with it. I'm not going to even go there.
Okay. Okay. Hey, let me ask y'all a question. I got a question. Young lady, I got a question.
We can't let this
we've been going good. I have a question. Now, if she's not for Team 25 and she's not for Tiffany, who she's going to vote for? She's just going to sit it out. That's the only option she have right now until the general election.
No. It's other people running.
Oh, it is?
It's other people running.
Who running? Let me know, people. Let me know. I don't know.
You got a Republican running, a female.
Well, first of all, and this is, Mr. Martin, let me tell you, I am Cassandra Hobson Jordan. I am the independent candidate that's running.
Okay.
I am not a Republican. I am the young lady that's running. Because at the end of the day, when I look at what is
we got somebody civilized running.
Well, when I look at what has been before us, I said before I put another person in office, I will throw my hat in this race. Because the people need to have other choices. Because when I went to that meeting, and this is where everyone gets pissed off at. When I went to that meeting and I stood up on the podium, and this is for Mrs. Vivian Allen, because I hear her on here, little Miss Messy Boo. When I stood up and said, you all should be responsible for the choice that you all have made. And mostly everyone that come to this meeting, you pissed off, you mad, you angry, you upset. And I don't understand why, because you guys are the one that voted and put this young lady in office. So you have to take some responsibility for the choices that you have made. So this is where
So
all
how do you
the
take
upset
responsibility?
and people.
How do you take responsibility?
Well, Miss Jerry, as I recall, you were one of the main ones, the Tiffany. So and this is what I'm saying. You
Listen, I'm
guys,
not
I
gonna
will
do this
not.
with you.
And I'm
Don't
listening.
all that
And I'm
what
listening
I did
because
and this and that and
because
the third, none of that. Because you
well, you know
hollering,
what?
you
Because it's
talking
funny.
crazy, you
It's
been
funny
talking
how you can
crazy
be on
and
Facebook.
going off and
It's
yelling
funny.
and
No,
all
Miss,
that.
no, Miss Ma'am.
I asked
No,
you
Miss
a
Ma'am.
question. You
Because
just
now,
can't answer the
well, I'm
question.
giving
You
you an
running for
answer. I'm
mayor
going to
and
give you
all
an
you can
answer.
do is talk about me. You
I'm
did
giving you
this
an
and you
answer
did that. No,
because it's
no. You
funny
keep
how
yelling and
you can
screaming.
be
You
defensive,
don't and talk about
and
what
it's
people
funny how
did.
you guys,
Why don't you just answer
Hey,
a
Sherry, let it
question?
go. It's not worth it.
sweetheart, it's
Just
funny
answer the
how on
question.
Facebook, Dalton politics, and you all can
You're
spread
not
all this
answering the questions.
slanderous
You called in to
and
ask
well,
questions, but you won't answer a
listen,
question. You
I'm
just
making a
said that you were
statement
running
now
for mayor.
because I didn't hear your
How do
question.
you think we should take responsibility? Maybe if you give us that
Well,
answer,
as I
give us
said,
the answer of how
as
we'll
I
do it,
said,
maybe we will.
only you know how to take responsibility for your choices. You guys made the
And
choice.
how do we
Take
do that?
responsibility for
We
it.
made
But don't
we
get
made
mad
a
at
choice and
everybody
voted for
that
her.
doesn't want to
We
go in
made
the
a
route in the
choice and
direction
voted
that
for
you guys
her.
are going.
She did a
There's
bad
so much
job, and we
hostility from
made
you
the
guys.
choice to
The
hold her
minute a
accountable
person
for
say they are
that.
not House 2025,
So
look at Miss
how do
Vivian
we
Allen.
do
I know
that?
she watching
We vote
because I
her
want to
out.
address her as well. Oh, she's a Tiffany plant. I know for a motherfucking fact. I've watched the crazy videos. I even sent the
I don't
stuff
know
to my
how she
lawyers.
gonna win for mayor.
So
She
watch
can't
all
even
the
shut up.
slander and the hate and all this stuff that's going across. You never took the time to get to know a person, and I'm willing and open.
We're
for you
losing
to have
focus.
ask
She's not
questions,
the issue.
get to know who I am, the whole nine
And
yards.
this is who
But I
running.
see in adults in politics,
These are
the
choices.
little slanders
Tiffany,
and the
her, and
videos and all
Jason.
this other
Now,
stuff. But yet,
what makes sense to
you
y'all?
guys want us to listen to you all and put the person that you want back in office when you guys have not exemplified true leadership and what it means to be responsible and to act like human beings. I would have expected behavior
You
from
won't even let
Tiffany
nobody
too.
talk.
But I haven't had this
I'll
talk
cut that
You
crap out.
call people rude,
House
and this is
2025.
rude to the utmost,
Okay.
to the 10th
No,
power.
it's not rude.
You
It's my
won't even stop
experience.
and let
It's my
people talk. You
experience.
ask a question.
Because
If
see,
I asked you a
when
question, how
people
do
be
we take
honest,
responsibility? Answer the
sweetheart,
question. You're running for
sweetheart,
office. I'm not.
sweetheart, you know how to take responsibility for your own
No,
actions.
no,
I
no.
can't tell you
Don't
how to
call
take
me
32.
sweetheart.
responsibility
I'm
for your
56
actions.
years old. I'm
I'm
not
just
your
telling you
sweetheart.
of my experience. You guys have been rude. You guys
And
have been
so have
nasty.
you.
You
And
guys
so
have been
have you.
slandered.
you.
Oh, so,
You
okay,
rude
what have I
now.
done to
You
slander
won't even
you?
let a person get a
What have I
word
done
in
to
right
slander
now.
you? What have I done to slander you? Do I need to pull up the
Give you a
Facebook post?
perfect example.
Do I need to put, Miss Dan, listen, I respect my elders. But
Yeah,
I'm
you've
going
been
to say this,
talking.
sir.
No, I'm not.
I'm going to say this,
This is
sir.
what I'm
You
not
have been
gonna do.
rude.
All right.
I'm not.
And
You
you
doing
have
too
been
much.
Okay, 32, 32, 21.
You have been
Yeah.
rude.
32, 32, 32, 21. Hold on, y'all.
This is what I'm
Hold it.
saying.
32, 21.
And
Let
this
me
is what
32, 21. I need you to calm down for a minute, okay? If you want to come on here,
I'm cool.
hold it. But you
I'm
listen.
good.
Okay, listen. I'll give you a
I'm
show. You can talk all you want to talk by yourself whenever you're ready. Just call me. Let me know. Cool. But right now, I don't want to flip the script, make it
good.
about you. Okay. Or
No.
Okay.
No. I
Thank you.
truly understand, and I
Okay.
just wanted to throw that out there because when I see folks bullying the lady,
Okay.
trying to convince her
listen,
why she should
we've
vote
all
the way
been
she
bullied.
should vote.
I've been bullied too. I've been accused to support Tiffany too. I can't be down the middle on none of this stuff. Even I'm the host. I don't supposed to take sides. Now, I've said publicly, I don't
Right.
support Tiffany. I don't. I mean,
And I appreciate you.
Yeah,
You're the
right.
only blogger or the YouTuber that I have actually listened to that has not had a biased disposition.
Right.
And this is why I like your podcast, because everyone else, it seems like when you don't speak the way they want you to speak, oh, then you're Tiffany plant, or you must be Team Tiffany. And people need to realize and understand that people are entitled to their opinions, their views, and to feel how they feel. You don't get to paint the narrative. When I look at this Dalton politics page, it's supposed to be for people supposed to
32.
be able to voice their opinion.
32.
You don't get to change the narrative.
32, 31. Okay, hold it. Okay, thank you.
We'll have a moment, Mr.
She was talking so much, it won't answer a question.
Right.
When she sit up and she talked about having Tiffany's criminal background, if you really did the research, she doesn't have a criminal background. She was detained and no charges were ever made. You looked at a mugshot and just said she was a criminal.
But that should be enough to even think about putting that in the
But
office.
again, she was detained, and the chart. And I'm not Team Tiffany, and so for her to sit up and say, you know what, you can think or vote for whoever you want to vote for. I have not come for that lady. She just don't like the fact that I'm not supporting her. Now, what makes you think she Tiffany 2.0, being disrespectful? I looked her up and she's not my candidate. I'm older than her. She calling me sweetheart. Stop. We not doing that. Next.
Okay. We got a new caller, y'all. We got a new caller. I'm sorry about that. You know, sometimes I'm a little bit under the weather, but it's okay. We getting point across. I learned some things today, like, wow, you know, and I hope some of,
I have to.
Okay, 470. Are you there yet? They coming in now. 470. So they come in. I think it's a great show. Overall, we learned some things. Here she is. Okay, 470.
And again,
Hold it.
Sorry.
470. Come on, caller. What's your question or comment? Hey, caller. 470. You're live, uncut, unedited.
How you doing, Martin?
Hey, how you doing?
And Sherry. Great interview. Jedediah. I was wrong. I thought I was blocked, but I guess y'all got too many callers. It's hot over here. I just wanted to make a few observations.
No, hold it, Jedediah. Jedediah, hold it before you even get started. Let me just say something to you real quick. First of all, that video that you played the other day ain't had nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? That was old. So don't try to drag that old stuff back up, man. I'm not trying to start no fight, but you know, I'm with the fight. I'm down with it. So I'm just letting you know, don't let your people steer you in the wrong direction because they don't like me. So you listen. I ain't got nothing to do with your people. And listen, they better not come on here talking crazy because I'm going to barbecue them. But go ahead, Jedediah. That's all I had to say. Go ahead.
Y'all crazy. You know, we got a good barbecue, Martin. We out here now, but look.
Go ahead.
Look, we can deal with that when we need to. But right now, I want to say this. For the people who keep talking about people taking responsibility as it relates to voting for someone, you got people all over this country being indicted with and without education, with and without great charisma and talking points. At the end of the day, nobody could have foreknown how Tiffany was going to handle the mayorship. You have signed, but to make people responsible for the decisions of someone that's sitting in a seat is the highest form of political ignorance, because the way that residents can do the work is to simply be engaged. You cannot, a person is going to get in a seat and then their character is going to show. Now,
character was there before she got to see Jed. You see that girl talking crazy as a trustee. Come on, Jed.
So that is what everybody appreciated, because at that time it was a Hey Riley train. Everybody appreciated her fire and her fight. That is how she got close to Frank Zuccarelli. So what I always am astonished by is how people can love you one moment for what you do and then hate you the next when you're the same person. And so you're right. But the issue for this situation is the reason why Tiffany started to bleed out is because within the last few months, people actually came together and put pressure at places where she used to scare them. And when they really got organized and really started getting information that they were locked out of and people started to turn, then that's when people started to see her in her weakness and fight harder. This fight is so misdirected because everybody keep trying to figure out who to blame. The only person to blame for the mayorship and the township is Tiffany Henyard, because she is at the helm. Everybody trying to find responsibility with everybody else is crazy. Now, personally, I have been trying, and I'm not trying to be, I don't care what nobody say. I'm not paid, but now I have done an extensive check on things. And this is going to be my opinion, and I am not a resident, but I do have family members there who support Tiffany, by the way. But what is crazy for me is that, like even a moment ago, what I think Cassandra, I might be, let me put it like this. If you're getting on a call as a political candidate and you're speaking, you don't no longer get to speak or for the residents. Now you speak as a candidate.
So as transparency requires, you got to be willing to introduce yourself so that people can know that you're going to give a different presentation than what they had. So my heart bleeds for Cassandra because I'm listening and I'm like, okay, you're the woman in the race, but when we listen to you, you sound like you fighting what Tiffany, you ain't going through half of what Tiffany been going through, and you responding just like her. That's a bad sign. But does that tell me how she's going to govern? Does that make me know she's a plan? Does that tell me about her background and qualifications? No. So the only thing I can do as a voter is engage her. Show up at every forum, show up at every public event, engage Jason, and get people trying to say Jason weak because he's not responding. But if you got sense, winners don't respond to everybody, and people with class don't either. But people are always looking for a narrative to push drama and entertainment. So that's the one comment that I want to make. And for the people who are organized, stay organized, stay unified, no matter which one of us y'all like or you don't like. That's the only reason why y'all got the results y'all got. Keep going.
Brother Jedediah, I finally agree with you. God dog
Perfect.
He said he could have said it no better. Listen, I didn't know she was a candidate. I really didn't know, brother. Trust me, I did not know. People, you know, this live, uncut, unedited. You know, so it was nothing.
And
I didn't know.
she's angry because she wants support, but then she doesn't know how to get support. You can't spit on somebody and think they're gonna support you. And again, I have said little of nothing other than maybe laugh at some stuff. And then I did post a hot mic video that somebody sent to me where she was talking to an employee or former employee or whatever he is. She was talking to him about getting her leaves picked up. Now, I have not even really engaged her, and I'm not going to. She's not getting my vote. But again, you know, people keep saying they're not for Jason and they're not for Tiffany. And if they're not for Jason, Tiffany, or her, then who else is there to vote for? I vetted who I'm voting for. You know, I vetted who I'm voting for. And
But right,
again,
but okay, Shirley.
it's
Sure. I'm
Tiffany's.
sorry, babe. So you
Tiffany's.
entitled to that?
No. I'm not finished. Let me finish, please.
I'm sorry,
We
babe.
have
I'm
to
sorry.
do what's best for us as a community, and for me, with doing the research and doing the vetting that, you know, because people will say all day what we need to do, and they just came in and said, hey, I don't know. You know, Jedediah has investigated. He knows. The people that I mentioned, Mary, Valerie, Thelma, Dan Lee, and others, because it's more than just them. They have been in it. They have been doing the investigations. They have been asking the questions. And so that's why they came up with who they came up with. As far as an FBI investigation, the FBI figures out who they investigate. I can't call them up and say, investigate this person, Stan, that person, that person. They do it based on what they have the evidence of, not what we want them to do. So again, you know, vote for whoever you want to vote for. You know, we can't pressure nobody into doing nothing. But we know exactly what we want to do, and we know that we've talked to these people, and we've been in the meetings, and they've been in the trenches with us when we've been bullied, harassed, beat up, no services, and all that type of stuff. Though the people that are speaking on this is because it's what they've been through, and not because, you know, there are a lot of people who live in Dalton and who have not even moved. They haven't moved. I know some people who have said to me, you know what, I've been here 30 years. I just can't wait till she's gone. But what are you doing to get rid of her?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all. That's what this is about. That's what this is about.
Again,
making sure that our community has the best. And again, vet everybody.
We got Jedediah. Hold it. Jedediah. We got I think we got that candidate. She called back again. So I guess I don't know if she called back. What did you want to talk about 3231?
Okay, well, I just want to say this. Let me just say this. As I called in earlier, I called in as a resident, and like I said, most people and most of the 90% of the village know that I am running for mayor because I've actually taken the time out to go knock on doors, to actually speak to people, the whole 9 yards. Been out there for weeks in weeks at a time, knocking on doors. Actually knocked on over literally 500 doors, speaking to the residents. And let me say this. A lot of the people that I have physically spoken to, they don't want house either. They don't want Tiffany either. And they are so glad that they actually have another option. So with all this craziness and all this other stuff, and one of the main reasons I threw my hat in this race, because when I look at what our options was, I made up in my mind that I am going to run for mayor and fight for this village, because we got to stop recycling the same old politicians and keep expecting a different result. I would be impressed with these people, maybe somewhat so, if they have not already been in these seats. But these are people that have been in these seats for years. And it's a sad thing to say is that it took me running for mayor for them to actually show up on my block and actually try to get some work done and get stuff handled. I said, wow, all it took was for me to run for mayor. And now I start seeing more of them than I have ever seen. These are people that have sat in position. I've never seen them before. When I had Ed Steve to go off on me at Food for Less when we were campaigning, everybody shouted, I don't know you. I don't know you. I've never seen you. Well, here's the thing, sweetheart. I pay you guys as a resident that owns multiple properties here in Dalton. Do you know how much taxes I shell out per year? So to have these people sitting in office and you never see them, and then they act like, oh, well, you got to come to the meetings, or you must come with T to the trustees. Well, you know what? Oftentimes, everybody can't make it to the meetings, and everybody won't have the privilege to come sit and talk with T at the trustees. So in the meantime, when do they ever come out of those seats and actually come out in the neighborhood and talk with the residents? I've spoken with so many residents.
Okay.
And that was one of their number one complaints.
I'm going to give you. I'm going to go ahead, Jedediah.
May I respond?
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead,
just want to say, I'll say this and that. I'm not on the show, so I just want to say this to you, Cassandra. I have dealt with a lot of government officials. First of all, I think that it is a short-sighted and this is just me being constructive.
Okay.
I think that it's very short-sighted that every time that I've heard you speak, you're speaking about other people's contributions or the lack thereof. And for you to be a candidate, I think that it'll probably be best or better if people figured out what your actual plan was or agenda was. This can't be going against them because they're not working when you all have a multi-million-dollar deficit in your village or vital services are really threatened. But what really, really strikes me strange in your presentation is that you're running for the chief executive office seat of Dalton. The problem with Tiffany is she don't understand government. She thinks that it's her trustees, it's her this, it's her that. You, as a candidate, must know that as the mayor, it is your responsibility to handle the day-to-day of the community. A trustee in a village this size is simply the checks and balances. They don't have the money, the infrastructure. They don't have the resources, unless given by a mayor, to actually go out there and just simply connect with the residents because they're the voice. In other words, it's actually supposed to be in this model the other way around. So the indictment that's being made against these trustees is actually misguided. It's supposed to be the residents pursuing them because they get at best a stipend for a part-time role of accountability so that you all have mechanisms in place so that the actual executor cannot overrun your town. And in the purest observation, unfortunately, your narrative is factually incorrect because they almost started fighting her the first moment she took the seat. They were seeing a difference in what they were hoping she would do, and they began to challenge it. So I don't really understand at the core of me your true disdain for these trustees because in essence, by description, they're doing their job.
Can I ask you a question, Jed? Can I ask you a question? Okay,
I'm
if
gonna
we
get
gonna
off
look it
the
up.
show because this is not about
No,
me.
Jed, no, don't
I
you go
just
nowhere. Let me
wanted-
ask you this
No,
question.
this is my.
Come on.
I
Martin, let us
wish
ask
you would
you.
have let her respond to that.
Yeah, let her
Go ahead, babe. You're right. You're right.
From my heart.
You're right.
Let
Jed.
her respond.
You're right.
And she's gonna
You're right.
respond.
Okay, well, who am I responding to again?
Jedediah Brown.
Jed.
Okay, Jed. Now, I understand your team house, and you've been that from day one. I've heard you say
That's
it
the problem.
numerous
He didn't
numerous
say that.
of times.
He didn't say
Well,
that.
no. I've heard on your I've heard on this broadcast numerous of times. House 2025.
Yeah.
He's going with Jason. He's going with House, whatever the case is.
But you're not
At
answering
the
his
end of the day,
question.
I'm getting ready to
Whether
answer
he's
the
team
question.
House or team you or team Tiffany, what he
Okay,
said was
well,
valid.
can
Answer
I
the
answer the
question.
question?
Okay.
Can I answer
I'm
the
just
question?
doing what you do.
please?
I'm just doing what you do.
Oh, well,
There.
sweetheart?
Don't
Well,
call
go
me
ahead then,
sweetheart.
whoever you are.
I'm not your
Go ahead,
sweetheart.
sweetheart.
I'm
Because if
56 years
you're
old.
gonna ask me to
My
answer
name
the
is Sherry.
question, okay, and I'm almost 60, and my name is Cassandra. Thank you. So as I was saying, I've spoken with numerous of these residents, and I get all of that what you're saying. But if we keep saying it's about the residents, it's about the people, then guess what? Sometimes we got to come out from inside those desks and behind some of those desks, those chairs or whatever the case is. And we have to get out amongst the community and meet the people where they're at. Because let me tell you this, when I went to that tea with trustees, to me, it felt like a day wasted. I didn't feel no more empowered or learn anything else outside of what was already talked about in the regular meeting. And then half the time when you go to the meetings, you can't really get an understanding of anything because you have certain individuals that made it their job to cut up, act a fool, cuss, overshout. You can't hear anything, and then nothing gets resolved. So I get it, all that. I appreciate your constructive criticism, the whole 9 yards. But at the end of the day, I'm going to keep saying this, and I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. It's about these residents and these people that sit in office that enjoy my taxes because I actually live here and I pay taxes on multiple houses. I want to see your face outside when it's only time for elections.
Okay, so out of curiosity, this is my last thing I'm gonna say because I don't think that my question landed well. My response to you was not about support of anybody. I don't have a real vote or dog in the fight. Like I said, my family members that's there, I think they voted for Tiffany. I keep saying it on the record. But for me, when it comes to you, so let me do it a little differently. You all have had $6 million actually come to your village, hypothetically, according to what Tiffany said. She spent that money, and that money is not coming because according to my sources with the state, that money never came and is not coming. So how are you, as a candidate, going to fix the multi-million-dollar deficit that the village has beyond you talk to some residents, they won't change, and we can't do the same things. Like, how you going to solve the financial crisis of my cousin and my auntie and my little cousin and my other cousins? Now, this ain't got nothing to do with who I support. Now, I'm telling you who I'm asking for. Regardless of who them idiots voting for, how is my cousins and them going to be able to sustain their residency in the community? Huh?
Stop it.
I'm talking about my resident. That's why if you ain't arguing with me before, you ain't no real Chicagoan. Get me. Nah.
You know I'm from.
How you with that $6 million?
Well, first and foremost, I have to get actually in the seat and get access to the records because we only hearing what people are saying. We only hearing what Lori Lightfoot has saying, but we haven't gotten any real true evidence. That's only about what
Tiffany said. $6 million is already spent,
and that's only what Tiffany saying. But Jedediah, until I
said that it's not coming, how are you gonna get the money?
Listen, I got plans on how I'm gonna get the money, but I can't say what is what until I actually have the actual physical books in front of me to see what is what.
Right.
So now let me ask this question, since everybody wants to know, well, how you gonna solve it? Well, I haven't heard any of the other candidates say how they're gonna solve the problem that they actually created.
I ran for alderman of the third largest city in America, and I had to put up a financial plan as an alderman candidate.
And what makes you think I don't have one?
About the book. And so one of the things that I was doing, or we thought to do, was co-op within the community, because it also served as a food desert, and we figured out who and identified who our investors would be and what would be the residents' requirement. That's how we were going to try to solve two issues at once. You may not give your full formula, but you're a candidate in the 9th hour. You got to be willing to give us some kind of understanding instead of all of the you are required above the threshold of a YouTuber at this point. We know people won't change in their mind, but what you gonna bring? Because guess who do got access to those financials? The trustees. You literally just made yourself lesser than them as a candidate. They know what the financial condition is.
Okay, and that's fine. They know what the financial records is. At the end of the day, and look at the mess that we're still in.
That they're not the helm of. Okay, I'm done.
Well, you can be done, because I already know where your energy and where your loyalty lies. So talking to you would be just like talking to beating a dead horse, because you already got your mind made up. But at the end of the day, I do have a plan, and I'm going to speak that plan. I will speak that plan to the people that's most important, the voters. Those are the people that I have to prove myself to. Not YouTubers that don't live in Chicago, or that doesn't live in the village that's not paying the taxes, because that's where my loyalty and my work has to go towards.
When I go to the grocery store there, when I visit my relatives, y'all with this whole tired ass.
That's what now is not tired, because at the end of the day, you can't compare buying gas to paying.
Get a new tagline. It ain't got nothing to do with no loyalty to nobody.
Let me say this,
Mr. Brown. Simple question.
Okay, I got just one question. If it don't got nothing to do with loyalty, sweetheart, I'm sorry if I said somebody sweet. I'm just sorry. But if it don't got to do with loyalty, Jed, I just want to ask you, just help me out with this. Am I wrong for... No, I'm just asking you a question, sweetheart. And I'm sorry for calling you. Sweetheart. But I'm just asking you a question. Am I wrong to think outside the box? Okay, if this little crazy girl did all of this to this town, screwed us over, am I wrong to protect myself for the next 30 years? I want everybody to be investigated. I want to make sure they have college educations before they sit up in these seats. That's all I'm saying. And Jerry, you can't get wrong for me for trying to think that way.
And you're not wrong. And I appreciate you thinking that way.
That's how I know for a fact that your apology wasn't genuine, ma'am, because they've already said to you that they acknowledge. You're the one that was talking on Burgundy this morning, correct?
Yep.
So you've already acknowledged that you were with them and you understand
I'm with
and all of these things.
No. If you heard the thing, I clearly said I'm not with Tiffany, nor I'm not with House 2025.
I'm going to try to answer your question. So the problem with these issues is that we just want to talk just to be talking. You're in
I live here.
If I may, and I know, I told you I listened to you this morning. So we know that basically y'all at the point where y'all got to vote now. Y'all have the three candidates. Y'all had every opportunity to.
I agree with y'all 1,000%. Okay. She got to go.
Now,
she got to go.
I may. Okay, and this is what people do. They use the talking point that people can be palatable with, but then who they are at the core comes out in the undercurrent of the conversation. This morning, you were not talking favorable to the trustees at all.
Ask Martin. So you looking at that one show. I was on Martin before that. And Martin, tell them what I said.
That we just be talking to be talking. It's people in the comments.
But no, I'm being passionate about this. And I don't want to argue with none of y'all. I respect all of y'all.
Can I please just make the comment? I just want to really, really make the point. You're not wrong. But really, what the issue is that the timing of what you're asking is too late for that. So now you only have the opportunity to research the people that's candidates. And then here becomes the conversation. What did you find? And is it true? And is it rumor? That's what
I agree with you
right now.
I agree with you.
Hold it, y'all.
Because you also said you don't go to the meetings, and you said why? And you also helping.
It's an embarrassment. You know that's his embarrassment. Come on, Jen.
Right now, and you're coupled up with somebody who's now investigated for. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Somebody who is now coupled with an investigation into real estate.
I'm just a regular resident calling in.
I'm telling you a lot right now. You ain't even trying to hear me.
I'm listening to you, babe. Yes, I am.
With a woman who was investigating for a real estate transfer. Well, we went this. Oh my God, never mind. Forget it.
Hey, no, Jay, don't do me like that.
I'm just gonna stop talking, Sherry.
No, because I respect you as well.
You know what, Jedediah? Listen, Jedediah, you were making good points. I'm trying to hear you, but when they're talking over you because they don't want you to make the points.
Jed is a fool.
Okay, listen, Cassandra, hold on, Jed. Jed, I think. Now, was it said that you was gonna turn the Dalton over to the state? I'm hearing that too. Is that true or false?
Let me say this. If you look at the state in which we're in, and with all the chaos that's going on, and you got trustees and you got a mayor that cannot work and get along, at the rate that they're going, the state probably would come in and take over. And I would somewhat personally recommend that it takes over if they can't come together and learn how to work together. This is the problem with this administration. I've watched the trustees not come to meetings. I've watched the mayor not come to meetings. And I'm saying to myself, why can't these people put their differences to the side and work together for one common goal? If you don't say you like this one, you get penalized. If you don't say you like this one, you get penalized. And this is some of the most foolish, childish stuff I have ever seen in my life. And this is why I say it's time to clean the whole house. Everybody needs to go. The village needs a fresh start. You don't need anyone that's been sitting in those seats before, honestly, back in office. Because clearly they can't come together long enough for the water to get hot.
Okay.
Because it's just been so much fighting, so much chaos. It's just been an embarrassment. You can't even go up the street into another suburb or anywhere else. And people are asking questions all over just literally all over the world. And this is why I say this. It's just time to clean the whole house. I appreciate all your efforts. I appreciate all your work. I appreciate all of that. But at the end of the day, we're still in a crap show. And this is just time for new leadership all the way around the corner.
Okay. Hold it right there. We got a new caller.
That's where I'm at with it.
I have a question for the host.
No. You don't have no question, sir.
Okay?
No, you don't have no question, sir. I told you that. You don't have no question here. We got a new caller, 9461. Go ahead. 9461. Go ahead. Hi, go ahead.
Am I 9461?
Yes, you are.
Martin.
Yes, you are. First lady.
Hi. Okay, I just wanted to jump on here real quick. Just to say thank you. This is the best episode you run this week. Miss Sherry, your integrity, don't let nobody make you lose it. Martin, you're the greatest host. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee is like my daddy, a fighter. The young lady that wears that black T-shirt and say you're going to jail, I'm going to get me one, baby. And for the ladies that's playing the game, stop playing games, baby, because you know how it goes. It goes just like this. When you get ready to go to vote, nobody's going to see who you cast your vote for. You can tell people you're with this person. But baby, when you walk out that door, you tell the other constituents, I voted for you. You know I did, girl. Okay? So don't get on here playing games. Martin is about the business. Now, if he's going to be about the business of Dalton, everybody put something in that boy's cash app and leave it alone.
All right.
That's all. And then if not, get off the phone.
You know what? Can I say? Can I say something?
Down.
When
I
she's
don't
done.
want to see Mr. Lee. Hello?
Yeah, Mama House.
I don't want to see Mr. Lee.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mama House.
Come out. Because Mr. Lee can read you your rights. And the man has integrity. He speaks very well. He told the lady, it is about the business of Dalton.
And if you heard me, ma'am, I did state that I agreed with him.
One problem. When people are speaking, let them finish.
I said, excuse me.
I said, excuse me. Yes, ma'am. But what you're saying it over and over every time somebody speaks. We don't
But
want
ma'am, I
to
live here. I pay a mortgage here. And if somebody's
right,
speaking on the bills I'm paying,
I think maybe it's
you know, I
time
got
to
a right
judge
to
the
say something.
consistency
Okay.
in this
Yes,
shit.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
God,
ignorant,
honey.
yeah. No, ignorant guy. Keep calling. I'm gonna block
You
him.
know what? I didn't call to argue.
Hmm.
I called just to say that this was a good summation today. When you went to serve the Lord, baby, it's going to work out all right, y'all. Keep doing what you're doing. And if you're doing it from your heart and God sees it, y'all ain't got nothing to worry about in Dalton. And for the Republican lady, Cassandra.
I'm not Republican, honey. I'm independent.
Independent.
Well, baby, whatever you are, it took you all this time today on the Lord's day to come up with that you're running. All you had to do was just get on right on the phone and say who you were and let people know. You're hitting the
sweetheart. Sweetheart. Well, see, now let me stop you there.
I'm old enough to be your mother because I'm 73.
Well, I'm not that far from you.
Okay.
But I appreciate it. But I don't. Let me see. And this is what I don't like. When people don't speak the way that they want you to speak or say what they want you to say, then you have a hidden agenda or then you have a hidden motive. Well, let me say this, ma'am. I don't have a hidden agenda, nor do I have a hidden motive. The Lord released me in this season to run for mayor. I am on assignment and I'm going to do what I've been called to do. Now, whether you guys vote for me or not, hey, let the polls speak for themselves. But you do know at this day, an hour and time, you do have a choice. You have more than House. You have more than Henyard. Now you have Mrs. Jordan on the ballot. So at the end of the day, I'm not knocking anybody over the head. I'm not jumping through any hoops. I'm going to run this race. I'm going to run it clean and do what I need to do and then let the chips fall where they're made. So you just know that you have options.
No.
And I don't have, and let me stop. And I don't have a hidden agenda.
Okay.
I have plenty of integrity. Let me say this.
Okay.
Let me say this real quick.
I'm done.
Well, you can be done, but let me say this. I have had numerous of people to reach out to me to ask to work this campaign. And they have come to me and said they have plenty of dirt on all the candidates that's running. And I have said, listen, I will not go on a smear campaign. I will not be trying to dog anybody, although I've been starting to get dogged and I'm a Tiffany plant and I'm Tiffany too old and all this other crazy stuff that folks are throwing out here, which I could care two lessons about. But at the end of the day, I could run a smear campaign and do all this craziness, but I will not. And I've had numerous of people to reach out to me and say, oh, I got the dirt on them. I got this on them, and I got that on them. And if you let me work with you, I can put it out there. But guess what? I have integrity. I don't feel like we need to do that. And I've said to numerous of people that's working for House's team, that's working for Tiffany's team, as I said to the young man when they challenged me. And people took a moment of me joking with him to break the ice. Because when we sat down at the desk, I saw that the young man was nervous. He was fidgeting with his phone. I knew the mic was on. The mic was right there. I take life serious, but I wanted to lighten up the moment because all of us were sitting there and he were in the room representing himself. And I said what I said to him to break the ice. I don't need the markets to pick up my leads. So they made us, whoever did it, made a little slandering video. Oh, she's trying to get her grass and all this stuff picked up. I said that to break the ice. I went on Jedediah to break the ice because a lot of people were saying, we don't know who she are, where she comes from, whatever the case is. So I put myself out there to break the ice. But at the end of the day, I'm on an assignment. I've been talking about running for mayor.
God put you on your assignment, baby.
And he put me on the side, and I'm going to stay on the course. And I'm like I said, I'm not begging anybody to vote. I'm not doing any crooked stuff. I'm not slandering anyone. I choose not to do any of that. I've gotten emails, I've gotten phone calls, I've gotten all kind of stuff that, listen, I know all kind of dirt on all of them, but I choose not to do that. And I tell each and every one of them, we all can speak to each other. We can all be cordial to one another. Let's just run the race and may the best man or woman win. And that's it. And that's all. All this other crazy stuff, slander, I'm not interested in any of that. So all this craziness and negative. Well, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna get? Well, at the end of the day, I'm still a resident.
Okay.
And I have yet to hear any of the other candidates speak about how they're going to pull us out of this situation.
Okay, Cassandra,
so
hold it.
Yes, I'm running for mayor.
Okay.
But I'm going to do it with integrity.
Cassandra,
I'm going to do it with morals and
Cassandra.
values. And that's how my race is going to be ran.
I'm going to give you a show, Cassandra. No problem.
Yeah,
I got
this
Sherry.
is crazy.
Okay.
We got a new caller, but you want to go, Sherry, or we'll take a new caller?
Let the caller go and then I'll go.
Okay, 219. Come on, caller. 219. Come on, caller. Thank you for holding so long. Thank you so much.
Is that me?
Yeah, that's you.
Am I?
That's you.
Okay, I'm just saying peace, love, and blessings to everybody.
Bless your heart.
No, it's not. Oh my God, I've been following Martin for a long time.
Right.
And that's what that's what he does. He lets everybody speak. I've learned a lot from Martin Johnson's life. And I know he about peace. That's why he keeps saying that. And I am with Team House, what they call the Clean House 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just letting everybody know. I've been watching this stuff for a long time. And when people come unhinged, I question that. And I'm a senior citizen too. It's just a lot of mess going on. I see a lot of senior citizens sitting up in there, and they be lying. They be lying.
Person.
And I'm not mentioning no names.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know they lying. I know they don't need food or nothing. And I know that for a fact. And I know a lot of stuff too. I'm just calling to say peace and blessings.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Okay. And I'm just saying, I understand a lot of conflict goes on in everybody's life. You can marry a man and pray to God and all that kind of stuff. You don't know what that person's gonna do. Let's just keep it real. And Martin tries to keep peace in our communities. He tries to understand our community and tell people what they should and what they should not do. Yes, he does. If you sitting with a criminal, I listen to him a lot. And I follow Martin for that reason, because he speaks truth. And I'm not saying that about him, the same thing about Jedediah. I don't care what they did in the past. What are y'all doing now? That's all I got to say. Just speak the truth. Like he said, we all been sick.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why I follow him. You got all these people up here going crazy. There's no way I'm going to vote for that lady. She disrespected that lady sitting up there talking about, babe, whatever she's talking about. I'm a senior citizen. Stop lying on these things. I never liked it I never liked it. Because I'm a senior citizen. Yes, I can think. I know the internet and all kind of stuff. I went out to Dalton, and they was really nice to me.
They are.
And
okay, well, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you. You said they were nice to you. But you have to understand my experience that I've had with people.
Sure.
So everybody's experience is different.
Okay, well, can I just say what I want to say?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand how people are. You got to be a people person, number one. And I'm a people person. People just love me. And I'm that's just my gift. You got to love people for the cause and what they stand for. When they put that stuff about that girl got raped, I came out there just to meet her because I had people in my family that got raped. I understand how that girl felt. I had somebody, I don't want to put it out there like that. I got friends adults. And when she came to me and said that man raped me, I believed her. That's why I came out there. For her. It had nothing to do with Dalton. I thought, whatever. I just speak the truth. And I met Jedediah Brown, and I don't believe whatever they say about him. I know that y'all just trying to attack that man. The same thing y'all do with Mark. People gonna do whatever they want to do. When you pull the curtain, they're gonna vote for whoever they want to. And I'm glad this happened because now everybody's looking at the world's government, the politicians and everything. Because we know where we live, in Crook County.
Yes, ma'am.
And they did go downtown to the city hall and they saying names now. And I told everybody after listening to Martin Johnson's live about how this city was turning red. They didn't believe me. And I asked the young people, who you gonna vote for? And don't. They said they not voting for Tiffany Henyard, whatever her name. You know what I'm talking about. I get kind of emotional too because I know our government
Totally
is
understanding.
corrupt. Our
Yes,
government
ma'am.
is corrupt. Please understand that. They're not for us. Just get the right people with the sincere hearts up in there. Forget about their background.
Exactly.
It has nothing to do with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm just letting everybody know. Y'all need to stop all that bickering back and forth.
Okay. Sherry?
I really want to thank her, Martin.
Yeah, go ahead.
I really want to thank that young lady and everything because it's good to have a conversation and calm. I don't agree with her. She don't agree with me. But you see how calm that was?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, people. We can disagree and be calm and still laugh and be a family tomorrow.
But that's what I'm all about
It's okay.
here. That's what I'm all about. I tell
Yes,
people,
sir.
Democrats,
Yes, sir.
Republicans, black, white, rich, or poor, we all welcome. We all got a voice. You know what I'm saying? We all got a voice. Now,
Yes,
we ain't
sir.
going to always agree. Listen, most of the time, a lot of people don't agree with me. But guess what? I'm going to hear them out. And that's all we have to do. I'm not going to let my emotions supersede me paying attention to what the person's saying. But let me get to Sherry real quick because she's been holding on for. Then we got another caller, Sherry, after you.
Yes, she is.
Okay, go ahead, Sherry.
You can take the caller. You can take the caller.
Take the call. Okay.
I'm here. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
Martin, let me,
Go ahead.
Martin, can I just say one thing before you interject?
Go
When
ahead.
Jedediah came on live, you did mention about some stuff that was posted.
Right.
You said, Jedediah, before you get over here, please don't start that. You see how he handled that?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. They are not enemies.
Exactly.
And I learned that from Martin. And I learned that from Jedediah. Jedediah may not know who I am. I'm the card lady, Jedediah. He know who I am. I don't want to, he don't. But I'm just saying. And I learned that from being on Martin's live because he's trying to help our community.
That's it.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And that's what he taught me. And
That's what it's
Jedediah
about.
has taught me too about suffering pain.
That's what it's about.
So y'all just keep yourself together. And I'm going on. Ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Eric Cole.
And Miss Sherry.
Go ahead, Mama House. Go ahead. Go real quick. We got a new call, but go ahead, Mama House, real quick if you want to say something. Yeah.
I was saying Miss Sherry and Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
If I offended y'all, I apologize. I agree with y'all and everything, and I'm still learning. I'm still learning. Don't give up on me just because some things I don't agree with. We family out here. We gonna be okay. We don't always have to agree.
That's it.
And I'm still going. If I ever see y'all still have my utmost respect.
Well, I will say this:
Please understand me.
if I was angry with everybody who disagreed with me all the time, and since I've been fighting this fight, I wouldn't have anybody to talk to. So it's not about that. It's about, and if you really pay attention, everything was fine until who started talking? Everybody. I mean, even during the disagreements. I mean, Jedediah made a statement. I mean, he came with the facts. I mean, and we all know this. And asked a question. And if you're a candidate and won't even answer the question, that's a problem. And again, I have not like come for Miss Jordan. I have not come for Miss Jordan. I've witnessed people come for Miss Jordan. I got other stuff to think about. Coming for her is not my thing because I'm not really concerned with that. I do believe that everybody should vote for who they want to vote for. And again, overwhelmingly, the village is going with Jason House and Brittany Norwood and Edward Steve and Kiana Belcher because they've been in the trenches with us and they have been doing the work. And another thing is when you say the administration, if you running for something, you need to know what it is. The board is not the administration. The administration is with the mayor. The administration and the mayor are together. The board is the checks and balances. They have been trying to do checks and balances, but law enforcement and judges have to be a part of helping them do that. They cannot make her do anything. And it's not that people are fighting with her and they're fighting. They're just trying to get the transparency that the people have asked them to get. They didn't just, they did the recall. She kept saying they tried to take my seat. The recall was done because the residents wanted that to happen. And, coming to the meeting and just basically almost calling the residents stupid. That's what they were saying. When you get up there and say, well, we should have did and what we didn't do and how we didn't vet, nobody knows what any of us done. Just like when you say you went, when she said that she went to 500 houses, that's great. I mean, that's great. It's doing the work. That's probably what I would have said instead of insulting and hurling insults. But anyway, like I said, Jedediah asked the question. He never got the answer. And I just think that's weird. And when you ask a question and a person doesn't want to answer it, then you start talking about he's not a resident and this and that and the third, but you went on this show to talk to him.
Well, yes, I did went on his show. Okay. I went on there to break the ice, as I said.
Again, I went on the show to break the ice. You just said he not a red and all that mess. Come on, Martin. Next,
well,
I'm not doing that part. Okay. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm doing. Okay. I came on here to give information and answer questions. I'm not getting ready to go back and forth with nobody. I'll answer questions.
New caller. 980. New caller. Come on, caller.
Hi, Martin.
Hi,
I've been watching the show from the beginning, and I'm listening to Cassandra, and I respect you, lady. But first of all, you kept calling people sweethearts. That was you remember now, you're a candidate. Number two, second thing you came out with was you attacked Vivian on the phone. On the chat. You attacked her off the top. She hadn't said a word to you verbally.
Go back and look at the comment. Well, let me. I'm sorry.
Ma'am.
Go ahead.
That's rule number 3.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at the chat, and I've seen when she was saying what she was saying. You was on here as a candidate. You're supposed to be on here to try to get people to vote for you, not to be, as you call her, they're going to miss Nessie. That's not a candidate that these people need right now. These people need somebody that's going to come in with some structure and show them what they need to help get out of the hole they are in. And for you to come on here and start attacking Vivian and then Missy to Sherry and talking to everybody like they beneath you, and I have all these multiple houses, that is not an ideal candidate. That's a candidate.
I said I came on here as a resident.
Okay,
I'm speaking right now as a resident that lives here.
Okay, wait a minute, ma'am. You started off as a resident, then you came on here and told us that you was a candidate. So did you flip from a resident to a candidate, or are you going to stay as a resident? Which one are you going to do?
Well,
you can't travel the fence.
No, at the end of the day, I'm still a resident that paid over $20,000 a year in taxes, and I'm also running for mayor. I'm both.
Oh, grand for the money. I'm asking you, what are you going to stop doing that you just did in this broadcast?
What's sweet?
Watch later. You came on first you came on like you was a resident. Then you came out as wait a minute, let me finish. Then you came out as a candidate. And when you came out as a candidate, the first thing as a candidate, you attacked Vivian. I watched it very clearly and I watched it very good.
Okay, and let me say this about Miss Vivian. And let me say this.
I don't want to hear, wait a minute, ma'am.
Well,
I don't want to hear nothing about Miss Vivian. No.
Well, go ahead.
980. Come on, go ahead, 980.
You're a candidate right now.
Go ahead.
I'm a
resident right now. I'm a resident right now.
Okay. See, now you're a resident if you want to talk about somebody, but you're a candidate when you want to talk about Dalton. Make up your mind which one you're going to talk about.
Well, you make it up for me, sweetheart.
I know I'm not your sweetheart.
You asked a question.
No, I'm not. See, that's no. I asked you a question again. And please stop deflecting it. Are you a candidate now that I'm talking to? Or are you a resident? Which one
I'm a
are
candidate
you?
right now that you are talking to. Now, what is it that you would like to
as
know?
a resident, as a candidate, what are you going to do for the people and helping them get out of the hole they're in and the mess they're in, besides going up there and talking about getting rid of all the trustees that's been trying to deal with this for the longest? Do you have nothing, no clue about what they're doing? Have you talked to any of them? Have you sat down and talked to any other trustees and find out what they have done and what they may need help in? Or did you just come up and say, okay, they all need to go?
Okay, well, now let me ask you a question. Now, you asked me how I talked with them. The first time, with interact. When Ed Steve grabbed my hand and said, thank you for supporting us, I said, no, I need to stop you. I'm not for you all, nor am I for Tiffany. I have not been allotted the pleasure or the opportunity to speak with you. The only person that has actually spoke with me or been somewhat civil is the clerk. So I can't speak with someone because now that I'm running for mayor or I'm not Team House, then guess what? I haven't been allotted the opportunity to speak to them.
Okay, have you made it your business to go up to them and make it your business?
Are you hearing what I'm saying? I just said I made it my business to go speak with them.
And you talk with each one of them individually and got to find out what's the ins and outs. Say, I'm running for a candidate as a mayor, and I need to know what we're dealing with so I know what I have to deal with once I become a mayor. Have you asked that question?
Okay, and as I said, when I went to interact with them, the interaction was not pleasant. It was, and I was in shock because going up there to talk with them, coming to a meeting, be with the trustees, and I also went to another meeting. They were not friendly. They were not welcoming. They were not anything of the nature when they found out that I was running for mayor. So how can I sit and have a conversation with people that don't want to have a conversation?
Okay.
Now, you can tell me how that can be done. I will be more than glad.
Can I get you guys hold on for a second? Somebody got something playing in the background. I want you. Somebody got something playing in the background. Is bothering me. Now listen, Miss Cassandra. Now
yes,
I got on the screen. It shows your voting record. So what's up with this voting record of yours?
What you mean voting record?
Voting record as far as a candidate, as a regular voter. You've been voting for the last couple of years?
I am a regular voter.
Okay. When the last time you voted?
I just voted.
Oh yeah? Okay. All right, and I got your voting record on the screen here. Right up on the screen. I can pull it.
That's fine, I do vote.
Okay. All right.
I vote, but if what I'm not agreeing with, I'm just not going to vote just to give one if I don't agree with who's running.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That is my right, isn't it?
That's your right. That is your right.
All right.
I ain't arguing with you. Let me go to the next caller. I just want to put that out there. 662. Go ahead. 662 area code. Caller, go ahead.
Hey, Martin.
Hey, how you doing?
Life for your life.
What's going on, brother? How you doing? All right.
I'm all right, man. Yeah, I'm just sitting here listening. And I can understand. Let me just say this. This is for Cassandra. She's running for office. I'm not going to beat her up, but she's my early. She's above me, I guess, older than me. But the thing about it is that I see when you're that emotionally charged, and like I said, people can say, well, you're not from there, but that don't mean if you got family live there, it's just like you there, because they're gonna have the conversation with the other family members that may live in other states. But if I'm just listening and she seems to be, kind of emotion, or she listening to respond versus listening to understand. And so if I'm looking at that, the president has been seeing this over the last 3 years, it's almost like a Tiffany on steroids. And that is not what the village needs. They need somebody to come together. So here's the thing. You can't alienate the trustees and then say all these people are no good, but then as a resident vote these people in. How are you going to work with them and you already feel lowly of them anyway? So that's the question. It seems like it'll be another person, Tiffany Henyard on steroids, if it's somebody that you may not agree with. So that's just my opinion from what I'm listening to, and I would love to hear her respond to that. And she may very well be qualified. This is nothing against her as a person or anything. I'm just listening to her, and I would just like for that question to be answered. Right there, that's it.
But she's on here. Go ahead.
What was the question?
She's.
I didn't understand what I mean. What is he really at? What is
662. Re-ask her the question again. She said she didn't understand, so you need.
So what I'm saying is, when I'm listening to you, it seems like to me, and I could be wrong, you are listening to respond versus listening to understand. So the question that I have for you is, if you bash the current trustees and the people vote them back in, and let's say that you were to win the mayorship, if you have so much disdain for all the trustees, and these people vote the same trustees back in, how are you going to work with these same individuals that you have alienate, or that you saying all these horrible things about, or whatever you're saying? So it comes across as you will be like another Tiffany Henyard on steroids. And I would like to know, if you're in politics, you say, well, what is your plan? And for the people in going forward, this notion that you're not going to reveal your plan, I don't agree with that, but that's just my 2 cents. But that's all I have for you.
Okay, well, here's the first thing. And I want people to hear me out. I don't have any disdain for the trustees. As I stated to the young lady, when I went to the meetings, I don't have a problem with getting along with anyone. Now, when I hear, oh, they're the dream team, they're so nice and all that, and I'm telling you my experience. When I actually went to the meeting, I was looking to have a good interaction, and I didn't get that. And this is why I say, okay, well, if this is what I am seeing, and these people actually wants to be voted back in office, then as from a resident standpoint, why would I vote them back in office, or why would I vote any of them back in office if this is the type of disposition and demeanor that I am getting from them? They were not nice. They were not welcoming. When I went to that meeting, I didn't go as a candidate. Understand, I am still a resident. But because they know I'm running, they were standoffish. They were just, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to keep saying this. It was not a nice experience, and I actually expected more. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not slandering them. Right. I'm not putting them down. I have said from day one, and I've said this to all, when I look at what's going on in Dalton, when I look at what the situation is, I don't think either candidate is good for the village of Dalton. Simple fact that these people have been in these positions, they're sitting in these seats, and look at where we're at.
I have a question.
Now, I understand that, but let's say that we. Oh, sorry, Mark.
I got a question to ask. Okay, suppose if you win, Cassandra, outside of you willing to turn it over to the state, how you think you're gonna work with these trustees? It's gonna be a fight all over again.
And that's why I've been saying, and this is what I want people, and when Mr. Brown asked me that question, and someone else asked me that question, they asked me and the young man that's running on my ticket, they asked us, and I know that some of the trustees, who knows, some of Tiffany people might get a seat, and some of House's people might get a seat. And as I stated to him, I don't have a problem with working with any one of them. You understand that? Because at the end of the day, when I go inside that door, I am there to do a job. I'm not there to make friends. I'm not there to kiki. I'm here to help pull this village out of a bad situation. So I don't have a problem with working with them. I've never had a problem with working with them. I just stated from the beginning, I'm not Team House, I'm not Team Tiffany. And ever since I said that, I have just been under tremendous attack. You Tiffany 2.0, you're Tiffany 5.0, you're Tiffany Plant, you're Tiffany this, you're Tiffany that. I am not for Tiffany, nor am I for House.
Okay.
And when I look at this situation with the village of Dalton, I decided to throw my hat in the race.
Okay.
To run as mayor.
My life. Okay. My life. We got 2 more callers. Go ahead, my life, real quick. I'm sorry to cut you off. Yeah.
No, well, that was one of the questions that I had that you just asked her. And like I said, I could be wrong, but I said, but your tone, it do come across as very emotional charged.
Well, now let me say,
And like
I'm
I said,
very
I'm
very passionate. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. When I speak, I'm just very passionate when I talk and speak. If you ever sit down and get a chance to meet me and talk with me, you will see totally different.
Okay, let me ask you my last question, and then I'm gonna hang up. As far as your plan, what plans do you have to generate revenue and to deal with the budget crisis that the town that they're currently in? And
as I've spoken with a lot of residents, and they've asked me, "What is your plan?" Over the past month, I have literally been having meetings with a lot of businesses and big ticket businesses about coming into this village. So I can help bring back resources and economical resources in this village. Because one of the main things that we do not have is businesses. And when I look at the amount of taxes that I'm paying, what is this village offering us for us to be paying this amount of taxes? So one of the main things is, and one of the key things is, we have to bring businesses back into this village in order to even attract people to want to buy houses or even want to live here. And I haven't heard any of the other people speak on what are we going to do as far as that. And I understand giving the businesses that's here a tax break because you want to keep them here. But at the end of the day, is it helping me as a resident? Is it help relieving the tax load? You giving them a tax break? Now, they shouldn't be able to profit off of the situation going on with Dalton. They know, okay, Dalton's been a bad situation. We want to have a business here. And then they shouldn't be allowed to manipulate the situation, whereas we got to give them tax breaks to keep them here. Because I don't think they will be able to go in any other village and do that. So why give the businesses that's here tax breaks when the residents is not reaping the harvest of it and they're making all the money?
All right, then my final question, because I'm a finance guy. What cuts are you willing to make in order, because if the revenue is not coming in, you can't have more money being spent than money coming in. What are some of the tough cuts that you would make for the residents or for the town? And there may be some tough decision, or it may be easy for you to do. But what cuts will you immediately come in and say, I need to make these cuts because I feel like it's wasteful spending. We don't need it. And would you allow the residents to speak at meetings versus them just having a 3-minute platform where they say what they want to say, but no question get answered? Would you reverse that where they will have questions and then you will get them answers, if not that day, but the next meeting? That's it. That's my final thought.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time. My husband had his thing up and I couldn't hear.
I said, let's say you will become mayor.
Okay.
What immediate cuts would you make? Because it's obvious that it may be some wasteful spending going on in the township. What tough cuts would you make in order to reduce what the money going out versus the money coming in?
Don't worry about it. It's water. Okay, don't worry about it.
And would you allow the residents to ask questions in meetings? And then you get them an answer, if you get them an answer, if not on that day, but the next following meeting, where you have somebody right now this question say, hey, because right now it looks like they say what they want to say and ask questions, they get no answers. So I want to know, would you reverse that to how it used to be? And that's what I want to know about the cuts and how you would deal with the resident issues or questions or complaints. That's it.
Well, first of all, coming in, and this is just like when you go on any job. If you have a deficit and you need to make cuts, unfortunately, jobs are going to have to be cut. That's one of the first major things. In order to save money, or either we're going to have to give out some furlough days or something where we can be able to retain some of the finances back. Then as far as the residents speaking, of course, I will allow the residents to speak. Well, one of the first things we're going to do is open that village hall up. So when people go up there to take care of business, we don't have to stand in a 2x2 cell to be able to take care of business and to be able to handle business. But of course, I would open it up for the residents to be able to ask questions and then for us to actually be able to answer. Because to me, these meetings right now is a joke. And the whole purpose of the meeting is for the residents to be able to ask questions and get answers.
Okay. Now I was thinking in terms of services, not pay cut. I'm sorry.
My life. Let me go to this new call. They've been holding on for a minute. I'll come back to you.
Go ahead.
8703. Go ahead, caller. Thank you for holding for so long. Thank you, caller. Sir?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You're next.
Yes. Okay. My name is Andre. I have been in the political circle for 66 and a half, so I would say maybe 50 years. Okay. And number one, the first issue I have with Miss Cassandra, I have no dog in the race in Dalton at all. I don't live in Dalton, but I know politics, and I know I'm a good judge of people and character. Okay. You, Miss Cassandra, number one, your voting record is just off the chain. Anyone that's in politics and that's serious about it, you're going to have a consistent voting record. Excuse me. You don't have that. Number two, you're contradicting yourself all over the place. It appears to me that you just jumped in because you thought it was a good idea, and I'm going to run as an independent, but you have no platform. You have to have a platform, and you have to be willing to speak on that platform whenever. Just like a singer, they put you on the spot and they say, belt this out for me. You can't do that because you don't have a platform. Please,
Edward,
get out the way. Get out the way and let the process be the process, because right now you are hindering, and then you're talking about working with the trustees. You cannot work with the trustees. I wouldn't want to work with you either, because you done alienated me already before the election even took place. You done pushed my buttons. You done called me all kind of crazy names and stuff. I know Tiffany. I grew up with her parents. Tiffany grew up with my kids, So she's from the West Side. She's definitely from the West Side. And you are Tiffany 10.3.
Well, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
Sure. And when, as the late, great Dr. Andrew, excuse me, I was eating. Just like Angelo Mayo, or whatever her name is, she says, when people show you who they are the first time, believe them. And I believe you are not
you're entitled to that, sir.
As an elected, ma'am, please. You are very rude. Ma'am, you are very rude. You show
you're entitled to your opinion.
Who you are, or who you would be as an elected official. And that's not a good look.
And I'm so glad and I'm so glad from a 5-minute conversation.
That's not a good look.
Well, you know what? But here's the thing. I
am a great judge of character. I'm a great judge of character. And you are not that person that should be sitting in that office. At the end of the day, those 500 and some people you claim you talk to, and 500 and some people you claim you talk to, will show you. Most of them probably were seniors. Excuse me. That's lonely. That's lonely, and that want somebody to talk to.
Okay, I'm gonna let them finish. You talking about
sure.
That's where you're wrong at. See, and this is what I don't. This is what I don't like about this situation. People hear what they want to hear. People make judgment. They say what they want to say. As a matter of fact, sir, over 500 some of those people that I spoke to, they were not seniors. They were not seniors.
I know what I know. I know what I know. I know what I know.
I'm so glad.
I know what I know.
The day that we were out and about.
Okay, Miss Cassandra.
Yes, sir.
What is your platform? What is your platform for moving daughters forward? And please don't give me the runaround. Answer the question. You haven't answered it yet.
Well, I'm gonna
So
say
that
this.
leads me to believe you do not have a platform.
I'm gonna say this. Since you came with your preconceived notion, and regardless of what I say, you have already made up in your mind that I am not qualified. So I'm gonna leave you with that.
You are really just taking the easy way out, not wanting to ask anything. If you had a platform, you would state it. You would state it, and you would state it proudly.
As a resident,
because
I haven't heard a platform from any of my opponents. As a resident, I haven't heard
we're not talking about the opponents. We are talking about you. You're in this race to win it for mayor. You're in this race to win it, ma'am, please, ma'am.
I want you
are something else.
Out of the race. You are something else as well. I appreciate
you. Are
you,
a piece of work.
And you are a piece of work.
10.5 for real.
And whoever you are,
you are a narcissist, just like she is.
You're right. I'll give you that. If that's what makes you feel good.
You are.
I
would not vote for you for dog catcher.
And I
simply because you are so combative, just like she is.
At the end of the day,
I'm
still running this race, and I'm going to run the race. And at the end of the day, the people will decide who they want in office. See, the beautiful thing about it is,
and it won't be you.
It doesn't matter.
And it won't be you.
And whoever
matter. It should matter if you end this from your heart. If you end this from your heart, you would be totally invested in this. And if you lose, you're gonna be crushed.
No, because let me say this to you, sir.
You should be. You should be.
I'm not going to be.
You should be because you ran your best race. You ran your best race. But it seems like to me is that you're just in it just to be in it as a blocker.
No, why would I block?
As a blocker. Why would you block?
It's my right to run. See, you all act like I need your permission to run the race.
Exactly.
I don't need your permission.
No, you need no one's permission. But you don't need to make yourself look like a fool either. You don't. But you don't need to make yourself look like a fool because if you have any political aspirations, this is going to really do damage to you, to your brand.
What
Think
brand?
about it.
What brand?
Your name.
And all of people
name
ID
is everything. Name ID is everything.
Cassandra Hobson Jordan ran a race and then she didn't win the race. And life goes on afterwards.
I mean, typically that's how it would be. But with all this stuff that you're spewing, you are taking it to another level.
What am I spewing?
Untrue.
Because I'm not saying it the way you want me to say it, or I'm not, or I'm not allowing the narrative to go the way that you want it to go. And see, this is what has been the problem with this message. When people speak when they speak, and if it ain't what people want to hear, then it's a problem, or there's certain things, or the name calling starts and all that. When are we as a people going to mature and grow up? I don't care who's running the race. Let them run the race. And at the end of the day, sir,
as long as you run it,
vote for.
Correct. And as long as you run it with integrity and with truth.
And that's what I plan to do. Run it with integrity and my true intentions.
But I mean, those are your true intentions.
Why are you? How you going to tell me what my intentions are? You don't even know me.
That's what you just said. That's what you just told me.
Tell me what my intentions are, and you
That's what you just told me. You just told me. You just said that you plan to run it with your true intentions. Okay, so that is what you're supposed to do. But Tiffany did the same thing, and when she got in there, she flipped the script, and you could see that you're flipping the script already, and you ain't even hit the doggone primary. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh Lord Jesus. Oh Lord. Yeah. And you are so delusional. You just walked on the scene, wanting to get in this because of the clickbaits and whatever Tiffany talk about.
Let me explain something
but
to you.
ma'am, you are messing up your brand. You're messing up your brand.
I don't have a brand. I get up and I go to work every day and I make a living, and that's my brand.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Let me explain something to you.
What's your name? Answer this question for me. You don't like to answer questions. Answer this question for me. Cassandra what? Cassandra
I'm not
what?
going to give out my name. How about that?
Okay, that's your brand. That's your brand.
It doesn't
that's
matter.
Your brand.
It doesn't matter, sir.
And you are just totally messing it up.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. It's not working out for who you wanted to work out for. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your people.
I want to work out, and
you want to get an office.
And you are right. You are right. I want to work out for the cities, for the residents of Dalton.
You're right.
And you're not it, because you're not in it for them.
And I appreciate your thought. I'm so glad you know. I appreciate your thought.
Yes, ma'am.
I really do.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
No, I'm the caller. We on my terms. You don't want to finish listening to me? Hang the doggone phone up. But you're on my terms, and you still haven't answered the question.
Well, sir, you've already got a preconceived notion, so it sounds like no matter what I say, your mind is already made up.
That means nothing.
Means everything to me.
You still supposed to sell your brand.
Time and energy keep
you
trying to convince you.
Still supposed to sell your brand. And you can't convince me. You can't convince me because
I'm not trying to. And I'm
Dr.
not
Maya
trying to.
Angelou always say, when people show you who they are the first time, believe them. And
my mother will always say, when a person got their mind already
made up. We're not talking about your mother. We're
not talking about Maya Angelou either. But when my mother always say,
I was on the caller. I was.
I'm a caller too. You notice I'm on the line as well?
No, you're a candidate. You're a candidate.
I'm a caller.
And you are a candidate.
I'm a caller.
For mayor of the village of Dalton.
And I'm a caller,
and you're supposed to carry yourself as such. And you're not doing that.
And how so?
You are not. You are very combative. No, you are very combative. You're very rude.
No, I have a mind, and I can speak my mind for myself. I don't get to allow people to make my mind up for me.
I cannot make your mind up for you. No one else can make your mind up for you. You made your own mind up that you wanted to get in here. For whatever reason, I don't know, but it wasn't for the residents of the village of Dalton. That's for sure.
Listen, I'm gonna give you whatever you want, because I'm not gonna argue.
You don't have to give me anything. Whatever I got, I earn.
I'm gonna give you whatever it is that you want.
You ain't got to give me nothing.
Right, sir. I'm gonna give it all to you. I'm not gonna argue with you, because I can't convince you, so I'm not even gonna try. So thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Wow.
I appreciate you too for opening up the eyes of the residents of the city of Dalton.
And that's fine.
You guys hear all of this. She lying on you, talking about y'all done talked to her, 500 people, young, old, babies, and dogs and everything, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You probably have. Hey, good morning, sir. Okay, not a problem. But they're not going to vote for you.
Well, that's fine.
Because, I mean, 2 minutes of talking to you, 2 minutes of talking to you will let them know that you're not the one, that you're not the one. Yes, ma'am.
Now, but my life will go on.
Now we're leaving on my terms. Happy New Year, ma'am.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a Dalton resident? Are you a Dalton resident, sir?
He hung up.
Okay, then, yeah, because if he ain't a Dalton resident, all that energy can be saved for elsewhere. Like seriously.
We got another caller coming in, 252. Ooh, wow. This is unreal, people. This almost sounds like a village meeting, actually. The debate going back and forth.
Right.
Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
A village meeting when Tiffany is there.
Yeah, we got to be careful. Yeah. To really be careful. We got this new call.
Well,
Go ahead, Cassandra. Go ahead, Cassandra.
Well, listen, as I said, my head is in this race. I know what my intentions are. And at the end of the day, when people go to the polls, let them make a choice. But they do know that they have options. So whoever win in the primary, they got to come see me in the general. It is what it is.
Okay.
And may the best man or woman win.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at.
Well, we got a new call. I want to see what this new caller has to say. 252. Hey, caller. Comment or question?
You do want to hear what I have to say.
Yeah, you know I do. I love you. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me pull it together. Cassandra, do you actually think that you helped your candidacy on this call today with the residents? That's my first question to you.
Well, here's my thing, sweetheart. And give me for saying sweetheart. Okay, well, I'm sorry, young lady. I'm sorry. It's just a habit. And please forgive me. Charge it to my head and not my heart.
No problem.
At the end of the day, people have choices. And that's all I'm saying. You make your choice.
Has joined.
I'm sorry. I heard something on the phone.
No, that was somebody
Can you
came
hear
in,
me?
another caller. But go ahead. You good.
Okay. As I'm saying, at the end of the day, you make your choice. Now, I have spent plenty of time with residents. And as far as being on a phone call or whatever, okay, you talking to me on a phone call. But I have actually spent time with people that have actually got a chance to sit down and talk with me, ask me questions. I've addressed their concerns, told them my motive as far as what I plan on doing with the village, how I plan on helping to get this thing up and running, all that at the end of the day. So
you've
people
talked to the
are already...
residents, right? Is that what you're saying? You told the 500 people. I think the consensus on, if you look in the chat, and I'm going to be honest, I've seen you. I've watched your interviews, and the impression that everybody else has gotten, I sort of got that impression too. This is going to be another Tiffany 2.0 because, I've shared with the group before. I was a lobbyist once in the first part of my career. So I've seen the ugliness that politics can bring out of people, but I also learned that coalition building it's imperative that you start with the issues that matter to the people in the community that you're trying to serve. And when you come off like this in a phone interview and in your interviews online, I've never heard what your platform is. You said you've got to generate business. Every time we need new businesses, you have to generate new business in order to get the economy growing and thriving. But as for your platform, I've said it, other people have said it, you don't know what the town needs right now. So I don't think you could really come out and say, well, we're going to cut here, we're going to do that. But the first thing that came out of your mouth was people are going to have to lose their jobs. To be honest and sincere with your audience, the best thing, if I could suggest for you to do something, if you want to salvage anything from this appearance today, is that I don't know what this town needs, but I'm willing to work to get the job done, because clearly it hasn't happened with Tiffany and the cronies that she surrounded herself with. Maybe look at it from that advantage, and you might win over some people, but coming at it this way, you alienate a really large voting block, and a lot of elderly people are in the city, and they're listening today. So I'm hoping that you could turn it around and come in with it with a bit more humility. And I hope a few minutes ago I didn't just hear your husband say, or someone in the background say, "Don't worry about it," because the chat just lit up when we heard that. That's not.
No,
what
my husband wasn't. No, that was not my husband. He wasn't talking.
Oh, okay.
My husband ain't even in the room. There must have been somebody else on the phone.
Just looking at you, I want help for that community. We all do. We don't want to see another administration like we have today, but to salvage anything here, please just step back and take a breath, because you are killing it today for yourself. Just coming in with the combativeness and
I'm
there
not
you go
listening.
again. No,
I'm
please don't
sorry.
do the listen. Don't do the listen. I just want, if you're there to help people, then by all means help, but do it the right way. This is not it. It is not. This is going horribly wrong. And I hope you just stop, take a breath, and say, this is how I need to approach it. If you don't have a campaign manager, get one, because I know more about your personal life, your properties, your husband, your military background. All of that stuff is helpful when you're trying to be a leader, but a leader has to learn how to be led as well. And I don't see that in you. And they need that in that city. They need someone who's going to listen and who's going to humble themselves. And you don't seem to have the ability to do that on this call. And he said, if I see you in person, you'll get a different perspective about me. Well, you have to project who you are every time you open your mouth if you're asking for their vote. That's my take. I'll let you talk.
I appreciate your opinion. But as I've said, when I first called in, I didn't call in as a candidate. I called in as a resident. And what people always want to look over, what people want to look over, I was speaking of my experience. When I heard the young lady speaking on the phone, and it sounded as if she was getting bullied. Because when she said, I'm not for House, I'm not for Tiffany, it's almost like the vultures came out to try to convince her who she should be voting for. And then to hear her to start apologizing, I'm like, this is the stuff that I have been experiencing. When you don't, when I look at this whole situation, and this is what I'm saying, and at the end of the day, when people go to the polls, they've already made their mind up who they're going to vote for. I'm just here. You know that you have an option. I know what my motives are. I know what my intentions are. I don't have any hidden motives, any hidden agenda. I want to see this village be turned around because I too live here. So when I look at this thing and I'm learning throughout the whole situation, the minute you don't say it how people want you to say it, or the minute you don't pick a team, you become an outcast. I've heard don't agree with House 22, or the minute you don't agree with Tiffany, you become an instant target. And this is the type of stuff I want to.
Can I ask you this? Can we?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you mentioned that, because I've seen other bloggers talk about being. First of all, vultures is just something that you don't use in politics. I tell you, that's a word that's just going to get you into a whole another conversation, because it's not a good thing to look at anyone in the light of being a vulture. You're all out there with one agenda, those of you that are running, and that's to make the town better. And in everything that you do, everything that you project, it needs to be something positive. And calling people vultures is not. I didn't see it. It's not a good way to go. But I didn't see the caller calling in. But I'm familiar with these bloggers and always throwing their rocks and hiding their hands. You guys have to elevate the discussion and the conversation out there amongst the leaders. You can't get in the weeds with the rest of these people and what they're doing or how you say it. If you're a candidate and you're standing on your platform and you're standing on your principles, nothing that someone else says to you is going to make you alter that. And you have to stand firm on that. You have to rise above the pettiness and the childishness that we see coming from so many of them, from the Keith Price and the Tiffany, everybody that's out there supporting her. You have to elevate yourself above all that and don't even mention it. Because when you go around the bend and say, hey, this is what we're here for, none of that will matter. And you won't even have to mention it in a conversation like that, because it just puts you in the weeds with them. And
that's true.
Okay.
And when I did an interview, like I said, to break the ice and to come on so people could say, I don't know her. Well, honey, I've been living in this village for almost 17 years. And when people say, I don't know her, we never see. So when I go to break the ice and I'm looking at this, I say, you know what? These people don't want to hear anything positive. All they want to hear you say is, I hate Tiffany. I'm on the Tiffany hate train. Well, I don't hate the young lady. As I stated before, I've never met the young lady. She's never done anything wrong to me. No, I get what you're saying, but I'm just explaining myself. I'm just telling you my experience.
I heard you.
And I'm just, and when I try, it doesn't matter, but I'm trying to, are you hearing what I'm saying? When I try to go and speak with someone to explain my platform, all you get is, she don't hate Tiffany, then she must be a plant. And then and it gets so bad to the point where, and like the young man demanded, they don't even allow you the opportunity to get a chance to talk. Then when you answer a question, oh, she didn't answer the question the way we want it. That's not the answer that we're looking for. So it's at this point where I don't know what you guys want. My trustee, he went on, he did an interview. He answered the question to the best of his ability. We were nice, we were kind, we were professional, and they just took every little word and just ripped it apart. So it's at a point like,
what do you plan to do now? Now that you know all of that is not going to change, how do you combat that to turn it into a positive? Because none of that is going to change.
Well, I know,
and elevate the discussion.
And my discussions, and as I stated to everyone, I'm focused in on the residents. That's where the conversation will be had with the actual residents, because those are the people that are going to vote. those are the people that are going to make a decision. So I've made up in my mind, there will not be any more interviews with the YouTubers and the bloggers and all that, because when you speak something
you don't do that.
Well, no, I'm just saying, no, I'm
just
just saying, because when you come with sincerity, when you try to tell people what you're planning on doing, all they want to hear, and I said, Lord, I'm really going to be praying for this village, because all people want to hear is, I hate Tiffany. I hate Tiffany. And I'm like, as I told the young man when we was in the hearing, I don't hate you. I don't have an issue with you. I said to him, and the news people stood right there and they caught every word. I said, I wish we all could run this race and be cordial with one another, speak with one another, and treat each other with dignity and respect.
Well,
when you go on a platform,
listen,
and I have been.
Stop talking about it and just do it.
Okay.
And I'm doing it, and I have been doing it.
Okay, ladies,
And I have been doing it.
we have two more callers. Two more callers. Well, Cassandra, you can't quit letting the YouTubers interview you. Listen, I got a lot of people on here from Dalton, so you probably can win some votes on here.
That's right. That's true.
I got a lot of people on here from Dalton. Now they might not be saying nothing, but they on here listening. Trust me. All right, we're gonna go to.
I get it.
Okay, next caller. See, one thing. Let me just say how we work on here. We give everybody a chance to speak and rebuttal. You know, that's what I try not to take no sides, even though I've been accused of a Tiffany person too. So it ain't just you. I've been accused because I won't make no stand and all that, and I won't allow them to run no Tiffany campaign hate on my page. I don't do that. I mean, far as her personal life, it's it. Just bring some facts, and I'm good with that. But who she's sleeping with and her lace wig and all that, I don't want to hear none of that. That's it's nothing to me.
Right.
But let's go to the next caller, 912. Go ahead, caller, 912. Sarge, I think that is.
Okay. Yeah, that's me. I've listened to everything, and I'm in complete agreement with people that are saying that it's sounding just like one of those town hall meetings. You know, I've been listening in, and that's the best I could doggone add in is that. It's like, good grief, you know. There's no conversing between the two. You know, one person talk, one person listen, they rebuttal, this and that. It's just a whole lot of round robin-ish stuff going on, you know, and I'm just like, okay, hey, y'all do what you do, have fun with that. But Martin, you know, I don't have a dog in the fight, monkey in the show, or anything in that circus. I do not live there. So, yeah, that's my opinion. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
I'm not here to argue with it.
I got a surprise for you guys. 901 is on here. I couldn't believe it. I hope this is the 901. Oh, Lord, 901. Lord, have mercy. Boy, you got people still.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, y'all stop.
Oh, Lord.
That's 252 said.
I said 252 said, oh, Lord. I heard you the other night.
Okay. Well, listen.
Oh, Sherry. Brace yourself, Sherry. Go ahead. Go ahead, 901.
I just want to call it because I thought to kill any of that debate between Cassandra and that supposed to be man caller. And from my opinion, from what I heard, he was rude, he was arrogant, and it should not have been allowed. If that was me talking to, say, a Jason House that way, I would have been cut off. The comments would have been totally the opposite. And I agree with everything Cassandra said. If you don't have something bad or negative to say about Tiffany, the Salem witch hunt crowd is going to crucify you. They're going to literally nail you to that cross, at least try. Because that's all they want here. And as soon as they think you support Tiffany, it's a wrap for you. And to me, that's ignorance. To me, that's stupidity that you can't sit, not even for 5 seconds, and listen to an opinion that's different from yours. It is ignorance. It's stupid. And it boils my brain. I don't understand how people can behave that way. And then they behave in such a self-righteous way. You've got the Clean House 2025 folks in the comments, egging it on, totally unprofessional. It's what not any political campaign should be doing. And if I was a resident of Dalton, there's no way
I'll be voting for that Clean House 2025. Because just like you're looking at Tiffany's side, you need to be looking at all of them with that same side eye. Because while you watching Tiffany, they run the whole game on you, and you don't see it because you think you know it all. You think everything lies with Tiffany, and it does not. It lies with every one of those trustees in both Felton and the village. And until you, as voters, realize that, you forever wallow in your own self-ignorance. Thank you.
Whew. Anybody want to say anything? Anybody want to say anything? Okay. All right.
Well,
he hung up. He hung up. But go ahead.
As I piggyback on what he has said, I would have loved to go on multiple platforms and actually talk about my plan. But the minute you open your mouth and you don't say I'm House 2025, as you see in the comments, here come all the vultures coming out. It's all over the Dalton Politics page and all this other stuff. And it's like, why even bother to even try to have a conversation when people don't even act mature enough to even hear what you are saying? When you don't speak their language, or when you don't have hate speech. And this is what I've been saying. I don't hate anyone because I don't know you to hate you. And it will be foolish to just hate a person when they have not done anything to you personally. Do I dislike Mrs. Henyard's actions? Yes. I've stated a lot of things that she has done that I do not agree with and don't like. But I also have a mind and critical thinking to also can step back and say, now, wait a minute. Now, I look at her ticket and I look at all these people. And when you go to the meetings, you look at all these people that's raising hell, that's fighting and causing commotion and all this stuff. And these are all the people that ran on her ticket, that pushed her, that worked along with this whatever campaign or whatever it is that they work with. And it begin to make me wonder, had she given you all what you wanted? Would you have this type of disposition? Would you be this angry? Would you be this upset? Had everything worked out in your favor? So you have to ask these questions. But it seems like this other candidate ticket is being ran off you hating this other person. And I'm like, no, this is not how it should be. You guys gotta have
not done exactly what you said you were not going to do. Let's just take, for instance, like this moment right here.
Well, what is it that you want me to do? Because I don't understand. What is it that you want me to do?
Nobody else is talking about Tiffany. Nobody's talking about somebody hating somebody. You have a clean slate right now. You're talking to voters.
Sweetheart, have you looked at have you read the
I'm not sweetheart. I'm not sweetheart.
What is your name so I can call you by your name, please?
You can call me
young lady. Can I say young lady?
MD.
MD
will be fine.
MD. She's a medical doctor. She's a medical doctor.
Oh, MD. Okay.
No, MD, medical doctor. She's a medical doctor.
That's
yes.
fine. Medical doctor.
Yeah.
MD. Okay. Well, MD.
Hold it, Sarge.
Hear me out. You don't even have to call me by name. All I'm asking you to do, because I genuinely want to hear what your plan is. And there are a lot of other callers and people in this chat are continually saying, stay away from the vultures, stay away from the weed, get out of the weeds and stop talking about the things that are going on. What do you want to see for Dalton? You have a platform there, a clean slate to say, here's my platform, here's what I like to do, here's how I'm going to do it. That's how you run a campaign. That's how you get your message out to voters. You don't continue to keep talking about the very things that distract your voters. And talking about Tiffany is the biggest distraction. Why are you not getting that?
I am. MD, I am getting that. I am getting that.
About what you want, not what she's done.
Listen, because I'm on this line doesn't necessarily mean I have to go into the full details of what you want to hear. Now, Mr. Martin said that he would have me back on, and I would more than gladly be able to come back on, because I didn't come on the line for this. As I said, when I first got on the line, when I saw the show, I came on the line as a resident. That's when I came on the line to speak as a resident. But then when
so
someone said,
know what you have in plan? you don't know what your platform is? Just like
I do know what my platform is. MD, I do know what my platform is. And as I just said to you, listen, I'll tell him when I come back on and actually have a one-on-one with him. Now, when you want to hear it, you can tune back in, and me and Mr. Mars would have a one-on-one.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay, we got 3.
I didn't come on the line to discuss my plans. I came on the line came on the line when I heard the other young lady speaking.
Okay.
Because I was concurring with her because I can see how she was feeling.
Sandra,
that's why I came on the line.
Cassandra, we have 3 other callers right now.
Right.
They just called in.
Okay, sir.
7332. Man, it's 4 people line. They coming in now. 7332.
Hey, Martin.
Hey.
Hey, Martin and Sherry. I've been on this call since y'all started. And the call was going really good. It really was. Sherry, I know. But, we as people, I'm not from Chicago. I'm from Chicago. I'm not from Dalton. And I've been following this through the whole flick. And, with the Cassandra lady, you got on here, you started talking about you're a resident, but then you came on as running for mayor. You have not answered the question. It's like watching Tiffany on TV all over again. I'm like over here on the ground pulling my hair out. You have to learn to listen. This is the issue we have with the people as Tiffany. You sound like Tiffany, and you get mad because people are saying that, but it's the truth. You act like Tiffany. Tiffany do not answer no questions. She do not let people talk. She talks over people, and she do not respond. Your answers have not even hit surface. I have an auntie that lived there, that's been living there over 17 years, that refused to come to the meeting as well, because of the fact of the blunt disrespect. And that's what you're doing now. As Martin said, this is his show. He has all the Dalton residents online. They were discussing what is going on. If you came in as a resident, then listen as a resident, not talk as the mayor, because at this point, don't nobody care about Tiffany. Don't nobody care about none of that. Everybody is here to at least get some of the frustrations off before 2025 comes. I understand that Sherry is frustrated, Dan Lee frustrated. Then you got on here talking about Vivian. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. As a supposed to be mayor, this is what you bring into the town of Dalton. Don't nobody want that foolishness. So the thing is you're getting upset because people are talking, but you're talking over people. You're cutting people off. You don't even know what they're going to say, but then you go to defend yourself. You don't need to defend yourself. Like the gentleman said, if you're here to run a race, run a race. Don't defend yourself in running the race. We don't want to hear it. We just want to hear what needs to be done for Dalton to put Dalton back on the map. There's a bunch of empty stores everywhere in Dalton. It's like a abandoned city all the way through that almost. And here it is, you get on here and you want to talk about Vivian, you want to talk about Jason House, you want to talk about everybody. And I'm telling you, every time you start your conversation, you start it off with, well, if you're not here for Tiffany or if you're not here for the 2025, then it's the problem. No, we're here to have a discussion. And this is what Martin's platform is, to discuss what's going on and not be combative to everybody that has something to say. We don't agree with you. We don't agree with Jason. We don't have to agree with nobody. All we are here to do is have a conversation. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you. Next caller. Don't respond. Next caller. 267 area code. Come on, caller. Get some of these callers out the way. Come
on. What's up, everybody? This is 215.
What's up? Where you been?
215. Hey,
Where you been?
Sick.
Listen. Believe it or not, your boy's sick right now. Sherry, that's on the screen, she's sick right now. I don't know where I'm getting the strength to do this, people, because I've been in the bed all day, except when I've been on here. Go ahead, 215. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say to Miss Cassandra is, I think that where everything went downhill with her is
when you came to the meeting about your escrow check, your attitude was completely off-putting for something that the trustees didn't even control. And so another thing what that did was that gave the perception that you didn't know what was going on in the town, because the very thing you was up there complaining about is the same thing the trustees complaining about. The administration is not handling the business. And I think from there, it was downhill for you, because that is like the main thing. Tiffany is not following no rules. And you got up there and you was very, very standoffish and dismissive of all the work that the trustees have been doing thus this far to combat the things that Tiffany has damaged in the community. So for you to get on there and say the things that you want to do, the things that you foresee doing, and totally disregard and dismiss the effort that the trustees have been doing the last 3 years, it really gave the people of Dalton a bad taste, because you said you've been there a long time and you just didn't seem involved enough in the community already. And so when you put up somebody like Jason House, Belcher, you know, the squad, they have been putting their mouth and actions in alignment from day one. And if you follow the story from day one to now, you would know they have been putting guardrails and bucking against her for years. And you got up there and you demanded your escrow money, and you demanded everything, oblivious to the fact that they've been demanding receipts and bank statements and credit card. I mean, there's just so many things that you missed when you got up on that pole, that you did yourself a disservice. Because at the very least you could have been is informed. And you got up there and you came across very uninformed. And it's just like, you need a campaign manager, because some things you take personal and it ain't personal, but it gets personal because people looking at their tax bill go up, 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 up. And then you say, well, I'm here as a citizen. Once you running as a candidate, you're no longer a citizen, because we looking at the person that might be controlling this next purse. And we want to know what's going on. And it seemed like you don't know, because you didn't even know who to ask the escrow from. That was a major problem, I think, that you never really addressed. So it went downhill from you from there, because that just blew everybody's mind when you stood up there like that and you came for them like that. It's like, you cannot discourage the people that's helping them right now. You got up there and said, not like what Jason House going on and not like what he's doing. And you're entitled to your opinion. But the downside to that is the citizens see them as saving their purse right now. The citizens see them showing up. The citizens see them dragging Tiffany in the court. So when you already know, when you try to come across the hero, you're not going to win. So I think that's what you missed. And that's all.
We're going to the next call.
Okay, well, let me address.
You want to address that?
I want to address.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to address the escrow. Let me clear this up. When I purchased another property and finished the inspection and everything of that nature, I went up to the village, and we did the inspection, and they said you got to come up, and once you finish the inspection and everything goes according to plan, you pass the inspection, all that, then you come up and inquire about your escrow. I've been almost 6 months trying to get my escrow back. And every time I go up to the village and ask about my escrow, the people that stand behind the glass says, it's up, we have to wait until they approve it in the meeting. Each month I go, check on my escrow. They said, well, they haven't approved it yet. So who is the they that has to approve it?
But what I'm saying is hold on real quick. You just made my point. Hold on, wait a minute. That's my point right there. If you was involved in the community, you would know that requesting stuff from this administration is the problem. So you
am
aren't
involved
the
in the
only
community.
one having that problem with the administration.
I am going up there as a resident trying to get an escrow back off of
But
property.
this is what I'm saying, ma'am. As a resident, you would still seem misinformed because
no, I wasn't misinformed. I was told according.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let me make my point real quick. The whole town is griping with Tiffany over the same thing you just said. They can't get nothing from Village Hill. They can't get their business licenses. They can't get all types of stuff. They have the same gripe as you. So if you was involved and appearing to the meeting, you would know that you're not the only one that's experiencing that. So that's why I said when you came to the meeting and you picked the gripe with the trustees, it's common knowledge that this administration is not adhering to any paperwork right now. So that's why I said
this is where I'm going to stop you guys.
You don't know.
You guys keep saying I picked the gripe. If you paid attention to what I said, I hope this administration, that means everybody, Tiffany, trustees, everybody that works for the Village of Dogs. I ain't got no certain pick that I'm picking. I said to everyone, because now that you know I am running for mayor, I pray that everybody still remain professional and do their jobs. And every time I went up to the village,
but you wasn't professional and did your job. You wasn't professional because you
professional
got,
about
you
what?
got up
I was
there,
standing there as a resident asking about an escrow.
I'm gonna answer your question. You got up there and you accused them of not approving your escrow when the truth is it was never on the warrant list. When the truth is Tiffany makes the warrant list. When the truth is her administration handles everything that you needed handled. So for you to get up there and accuse them of mistreating you because you was a candidate really was off-putting, because they're asking for the same thing you're asking for. Like how you asking for your escrow, they've been dying for her to give them receipts, bank records, FOIAs, contracts. You see what I'm trying to say? So when you did that, it really didn't hit right, because it's like, where had this lady been? We've been saying everything she's saying. You understand what I'm trying to say?
So, I get what you're saying now. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
First impressions is everything. And for a lot of people, that was their first impression of you.
And they're entitled.
You know what I'm trying to say? So shit rolled downhill. So if they felt like that's how they met you, then everywhere they see you, that energy is going to follow you, because that was a very basic point to a big problem. We cannot get no answers from Tiffany A. Henyard and her administration. Join the party is what they saying to you. You understand what I'm trying to say? And I think that's where you probably keep bumping the wall at, because you can't live that down. You know what I mean? You can't live down. You can't live down your tone and your demeanor of that appearance asking for your escrow, because instead of you coming up there and saying, I'm not sure exactly what I have to do to get my escrow, but I've been experiencing X, Y, and Z. Can y'all point me to the right direction? Because I've already tried X, Y, and Z. Instead, you got up there and you accused them of treating you different.
Well, let me stop you there, because
you know what I'm saying?
Prior to me getting on the podium, I had asked Miss Tammy Brown about the escrow, and she had assured me, "Oh no, there's money there. There's money there for the escrow. There's no problem." Still, months go by. I'm going up to the village. I'm asking about the escrow. People behind the mirror, behind the window.
Can't even get in the village. You don't see them on TV complaining about they already knocked out.
This is the thing I'm talking about.
Outside.
When I tell you all about my personal experience on a certain situation, you guys turn it around to something else. So I'm just going off
Don't
of
be
what
turning it around to what it is, and you don't want to believe it. Tammy Brown has been on the TV the last 3 years saying they're locked out of Village Hall. Their mailboxes is outside. They have to call meetings to get something done at the park district. So for you calling, Tammy Brown has been on record calling about the signs that the lady emailed. Nobody's getting answers from Tiffany. And that's how administrations handle the day-to-day. That means your escrow. That means a lot of stuff that has to go before the board. And a lot of stuff they're not putting before the board. That's one of the biggest gripes that they have. So you're not giving no grace, but you're asking for grace. I think you're missing that. You're not giving none, but you're asking.
I was just asking for what was mine. It has nothing to do with
when
grace
you ask
or
for
whoever.
somebody vote, you're asking for grace because you're asking them to give you grace that when you get in there, you're going to keep your word. So that's asking for grace. So you have to be willing to extend that same grace. You think Miss Tammy didn't want to give you an escrow check, but she does not run the day-to-day. She votes on the purse. And like Belcher told you, they do not take off no money for escrow. All they take off is overinflated bills. So that's why I'm trying to explain to you that was a bad first impression. So now maybe you can clock that and work back from that because it just is what it is. Nobody's getting no answers, not just you.
Okay, let's go to the next caller. We got to 757. Thank you for holding. We got two more callers out of that. 757, go ahead. No, this is interesting.
Hello, Martin. How are you? Hey,
Great.
Sherry.
Great.
How you doing?
Great.
Hey, Cassandra. How are you? I have
Hi,
3
how are
points to
you?
make, and I'm getting on to here. This is all in the queue. The first point I have to make, I want to speak to Cassandra, the resident. Cassandra, the resident. I understand that you have been having some issues, some personal issues that you can't get addressed, right? I understand that. I understand that you're frustrated. So what I want you to do is put yourself in the place of the residents that have been fighting Tiffany for the last 4 years for the same things that you have been fighting for yourself personally. Okay? But they've only seen you come out when something affected you. When you couldn't get your escrow. Now, you wasn't standing beside them when Miss Hill's grandson got kicked out of the Easter egg hunt. You wasn't standing beside them when they were locked out of Village Hall. See, these are the things that the residents are trying to tell you that you don't have experience with as a resident. That's the resident part. Now let's go to Cassandra, the mayor. For me, Cassandra, the mayor, has been living in Dalton for 17 years and has just now decided to participate in meetings and to go out and talk to residents. These are things that you should have been doing the whole time you've been living in Dalton. And this is what the residents are trying to tell you. As far as they are concerned, your resume does not speak mayor to them. Also, your tone does not speak resident to them. You don't have to be so defensive. Don't take things so personal. People have been fighting for 4 years. They're tired. As a mayor, if you want to be a mayor, you're going to have to understand that you're going to receive attacks that don't necessarily belong to you personally, but they belong to the seat that you're sitting in. So you're going to have to respond as a empathetic mayor. My last point is, Dinasha was on my show. I interviewed him. We didn't have any bashing of him. We didn't have any really bashing of Tiffany. We really just talked about the issues. My thing is, you should have had a platform already written. People need things on paper. People want to see things written, a plan. When you go to build a house, you don't build it without having a plan. That's what people want to see. They want to see your plan. Thank you, Martin. I love you. Live, uncut, unedited.
That's it. Let's go to the next caller real quick. 708.
To speak to that interview, I saw the comments of the people ripping him apart and turning every word that he said into something that they wanted it.
Okay.
And this is why he did not agree to do any more interviews.
Okay. Okay. 7986. Next caller. We're trying to get to these callers. 7986.
How you doing? This is Trustee Kiana Belcher.
Oh, all right. All right. We got one in here.
Yes,
Come on.
yes,
All right. All
yes.
right.
Hey, Trustee.
To come on. Good evening. Good evening. I found it necessary to come on because there were some things that Ms. Jordan said that I would love to address. And I'm very grateful for the people that have been getting on here and supporting our fight for the last 3.5 years. I don't think anybody should be attacked when running for office, but when you become in politics or politics, you understand what people are asking for. I feel it's unfair though that she made a comment saying that she was not received well when even one of the other callers got on to say she came to a board meeting and accused us of intentionally not giving her something that the board has no control over. People that run for these seats should understand what they're running for and what the seat entitles before accusing people, where all it was just strict conversation that could have been had. We don't make the warrant list. The village administrator, the finance director, those people that's in administration composes the warrant list. So when she did come to that meeting saying someone intentionally removed her or didn't pay her because she was running for office, I felt it very unfair. Then she made a comment about us giving Class 8 to businesses. Well, if she hasn't been directly in the midst of what's going on, she don't even know our financial state to say what is beneficial and what is not beneficial. What I can say as a trustee, and this is nothing to be combative, is that we rather have businesses that will remain here and give us some type of motor fuel tax, some type of sales tax, that have them and leaving our community and not getting anything. So when it goes back to saying, is it helping the residents? Indirectly, it is helping the residents because that's still money that's funneled back to the community. So I just want to say, as a trustee, we all have to respect one another, but also we have to be informed on the decisions when we come out and start talking about stuff that we're not informed about. I think anybody on the Clean House Slate 2025 would sit down and have a conversation with her. We talk to anybody. Of course, our opinions are going to be different, but for someone to get on here and say if they're running for mayor and then say to give it over to the state, our town is not worth giving over to the state. Our town is to be made better. This is the community of 7,283 houses that we can reform to get back to where we've been. So we're not at the point of giving it back to the state. We're at the point of rebuilding and making it better. So I've been in Dalton 20 years, and I'm not just going to say I support anybody that just want to turn over something to the state, because once you turn it over to the state, it's hard to get back. So I just feel as a trustee, as somebody that wants to be the mayor, the executive branch of the community, you will have to work with the trustee regardless of who gets in there, and it always has to be a compromise. That's why we are where we are right now, because of no compromising and no conversation.
Sherry?
Can I ask Kiana a question, Martin?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. If she want to answer it, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Belcher.
Okay.
Ms. Belcher, I'm so happy that you're on this live, because from afar, we applaud you and your efforts and the tenacity that each of you show every meeting to restrain yourselves and staying the course. But I just really want to know, have you all received all the documentation that you've requested? I see that there are things that are coming out about, with the new website that was put out a couple of weeks ago, with the information about, the warrant list and that sort of thing. But have you guys received all that you needed in order to formulate where the Dalton community is financially? Have you guys gotten all that information? And if Mr., I don't know if you can speak to that or not, if Keith is, I know reports say that he's working with you all, but have you received everything that you need to formulate an opinion on how financially strapped the city of Dalton or town of Dalton is right now?
No, we have not received everything. and it's been a hurdle trying to get through everything. As many people know, it's still under FBI investigation. There's still things that FBI is requesting. They're still talking to people. So there are a lot of things that we still don't have that people have been following. They know we still don't even have a budget for 2024, 2025 because we are so financially, say it very appropriate. We're so financially in disarray right now. So no, we have not received all the documents. We have been able to try to get as much as we can to constantly maintain our day-to-day bills and things to keep the village afloat. But no, we have not.
Thank you for answering that. It's just shocking to most of us that she still moves like the FBI is not watching. That's been the most appalling thing for most of us. Look at what's going on. But stay the course, and God bless you guys. I wish you all the best. I really do.
Sherry, you want to respond to anything? Anything you want to say, Sherry? I know you're sick.
You know what? I just want to thank Trustee Belcher for coming on, and she really just summed it up. I mean, it's like when we started this a couple of hours ago, everything was smooth and it was great. And then now look, that's just it. Now look, we started off great. We were just answering questions. And then it turned into what? Chaos. So.
Okay,
But
we
I
go
just
to
wanted to thank Kiana.
Okay, we want to go to the next caller real quick. 9003. 9003. Go ahead, caller.
Hey, I've been waiting for a while.
I know you have. They've been talking. I'm so sorry. I try not to leave nobody on hold. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. It's getting
No,
good.
it's all good.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
But I still want to bring it up because I did have an opportunity to meet Mayor House. And I asked him, I said, can you come and sit next to me for a minute? He said, yeah, sure. And we talked a little bit. And so for people to say that he doesn't have a plan or a platform, that's not true. All you have to do is ask him. He was very inviting. And he, was like, I just like to see other people, happy. And that's what we need right now. So I am a supporter. It's not that I hate another person, but I just see character. I also remember when Tiffany was appointed to the supervisor position, some residents in the audience were complaining. And the man that was with her said, y'all can have that mayor's position. So if they're trying to fix it for all the Tiffany supporters, then let them have it. The guy to even say, like, pretty much, we got bigger money over here, y'all can have that. There had to be previous conversations for him to even feel comfortable saying that. So just let them fix the village and stop causing chaos. And because a person doesn't like Tiffany doesn't mean that they hate her. But the people who are supporting or taking up for her, don't act like you don't see what's going on, like you don't see her not answering questions and then put that on the trustees because she's not doing what she's supposed to do. I don't know how much he's allegedly paying these people to do what they're doing, but they're going outside. And that's really all I have to say.
Okay, next caller, 612. 612. 612.
Hi, Martin. Hi, esteemed guest.
Hi.
I just wanted to point out that the dissension amongst the community, I think, is causing a lot of a distraction from the actual issues. And I thank you, Sherry, for being on the line. I'm wondering if there are others on the line, or where are the people that we haven't seen, like Karen Hicks and a few good women, and what's going on there? Because it seems like as those matriarchs step back, we have a lot of dissension going on in the community. And I think that it's more important to focus on what is happening with the government, such as one answer that we don't have that we really need very clearly is what exactly did Tiffany steal so that we can all have that information, get on top of that and do what we need to do. I think a lot of that part is stalled because no one knows and no one is telling us exactly what it is that Tiffany stole. But I do want to see more of our matriarchs come along. And Sherry, I know you know a few good women. So, I just want to see us come together instead of all of this infighting and focus on what the issue is. What did she steal so we can get her out of there faster?
Okay, so we're not going to get her out of there faster. She just has to be voted out. The people that live in Dalton and that are vested in Dalton, they are 1,000% doing the work and doing what needs to be done. We, I guess sometimes the internet or social media may make it seem like things are not happening. As far
Sherry,
as
you
what's
sound like a robot a little bit. I don't turn it down a little bit or something. I don't know. It's just like, okay.
I don't know. I
Okay.
ain't nothing. I got nothing on. I don't think I got nothing
Okay.
on.
Okay. Just
Can
talk
you hear
about,
me now?
okay, go ahead.
Is
Yeah, I
that
hear
better?
you. I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay,
It's a little
so
better.
again,
It's staticky, but go ahead.
the people that are vested, they are 1,000% doing what needs to be done. Everybody is working really, really, really hard. As far as what she took, that's all a part of the investigation. That's going to come when it comes. They can't put everything out because you don't let the person know who's being investigated what you have. You don't want them to be able to, fix something or whatever. But the people that are vested in the community are 1,000% working this. And I don't, as far as A Few Good Women, I live in Dalton. A Few Good Women, I'm not affiliated with them anymore. So I don't know why they're not in Dalton.
Okay. Okay, people. 4 hours. 4 hours. I think that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. People, before you leave, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. To all my super chats, thank you. Hold on. I'll let you talk in a minute. Before I leave out here, make sure you hit the like button. And I want to shout out to all my super chats. I tried to get you, but it was heated. But go ahead, 612, real quick. Go ahead.
This 733.
Oh, go ahead. Come on, sister. Come on.
I just wanted to say, after Kiana Belcher got on, things got quiet. Why?
We just wanted to hear what she
Oh,
had to
I'm
say
here,
because we
honey.
knew she was going to get us together.
Oh, okay. So you didn't have anything? You didn't have any response for that?
I let her speak. At the end of the day, I'm still running for mayor and let the folks speak for
But you could
themselves.
have let everybody else speak when they were speaking too. If that was what.
No, I did let everybody else
But
speak.
I yield the floor, Martin. I yield the floor. I don't want no problem.
Please yield the floor.
Well, I think that Kiana Belcher came on. She came on very, for lack of a better word, normal. Like there wasn't, she explained her points to Cassandra, and I don't know either person, so I'm only going from what I heard. I didn't hear the same type of banter between Kiana and Cassandra that I heard with other callers. Maybe that might be a part of it. Kiana had a little more decorum.
Okay. Did anybody want to say something real quick? Because I'm about to get out of here. We've been on here 4 hours.
Yeah, I did.
Go ahead.
Well.
Hold on, sorry. Let the lady come in. I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to say something. I was part of the movement. I'm from Chicago. I'm the lady, the 219.
Okay.
And I did join Martin, and we was able to stop that on 115th and Halsted. And I came, and we had a lot of people come, and that's why I follow Mr. Martin. And he know who I am because I go to places. I bought the Aries when he get on live. So our new alderman is very transparent, and I love him. Thank you, Martin. And I vote every year, and I'm a senior citizen. And when I walk up in an alderman office, They hug and kiss me. I know a lot of people, but Martin was part of the movement. Because some of those illegal immigrant stations in our community, and we are building our community back up. Yes, we are. Martin know who I am.
I know you.
I went to the church. They said, Michelle, oh, no, I didn't want to say my name. I'm sorry. We don't care if you got 20 minutes to give us. And I went on my lunch and blew the horn and everything. Yes, I did. You got to get involved. And I stand for Chicago, and I stand for Clean House 25. That's what they're doing in Chicago. Didn't you see all those aldermen say no? Because they was listening to us.
Oh.
They listened to us. I just want to tell you, we got a big city. Thank you, Martin.
And thank you, guys.
Everybody, this is a
Thanks, Martin.
But you know what? Let me say this. Thank you. Listen, I'm coming to you, Sarge. It's kind of hard being down the middle when you. I made mine publicly, but there's certain things I'm not going to say because on this platform, people. But go ahead, Sarge.
Well, at the end of the day, it looks like another Kamala Harris campaign to me. One of them campaigns where people ask you a direct question and you give a ring around the rosy answer. What's 1 + 1? Well, if you look at things from the psychological and the metaphysical, no. We just asked you a simple question. Okay, so that's what it looks like to me. And another one of them Kamala Harris types. That's the reason all of this black girl magic campaigning is failing nationally, not just local, nationally. Just answer the questions that are asked. I'm done.
All right.
Okay, and my final thought, Mr. Martin,
Go ahead.
I want to say this.
Go ahead.
As I stated, I've been a resident here going on be 17 years. And that downtown area and lots of other areas in Dalton has been the same all these years I have been here. And these have been people that have been in position forever and a day. And I have not seen any change other than the situation has gotten worse than what it has ever been. So here am I today saying, you want those positions? You're going to fight for them. My name is on that ballot. And guess what? I'll see you April the 1st at the polls. Good night, everybody. Be blessed. And that's what it is. Thank you.
All right, people.
And Kiana voice, we wouldn't trust you to buy no penny.
All right, people. We go ahead, Sherry.
I just wanted to say thanks for having me on the platform.
Okay.
Again, it was very informative in the beginning. I do feel like it changed to a campaign forum. But I mean, if anybody that's paying attention in Dalton, I'm sure they saw what they needed to see. I feel like all we had to hear was at the end was, I love you and there's nothing you can do about it, because that's what it sounded like. I mean, before, I thought it was bad, but this right here. So Dalton, you see what we have going on. We know what we need to do. We know what we have to do. Let's just get it done. We don't even have to go back and forth with people about nothing. We didn't get any questions answered. I mean, some of them might have been complicated, but the question that Jedediah asked after his statement was very to the point. We still never got an answer. We've been on here 2.5, 3 hours. We could have got some.
4 hours. 4 hours.
4 hours. Yeah. We could have got some information. But again, I mean, you can take it as bashing. I'm sure it'll be taken as bashing. But again, you cannot run for office and bash residents. And listen.
Okay, people, I don't have to say anything else, man. Y'all must have been praying for me, because Sherry's sick, I'm sick, and I don't know where I got the energy from to do this. Sherry, if you would have told me I'll be on for 4 hours, I'd be like, no, I can't do it. I was thinking in my mind maybe an hour, but my goodness,
I know,
man.
Right, I'm on the decline too. I'm going to take me something, and my husband was gracious enough to fix dinner, so I'm blessed. I'm gonna try to eat me a little something, and I'm getting ready to relax.
All right. All right, people.
You already know what it is.
Live, uncut, unedited, tell the truth, and what?